Good morning. I'd like to welcome members of council, staff, media, and members of the public. Today's event is to deal with our special meeting of council to deal with budget deliberations. In terms of dynamics protocol, washrooms are just outside our council chambers. We have stairways moving west in case there's any type of alarm or emergency for your safety. According to the agenda, you can note in item 10, we'll take a recess at lunch, 12 noon till 12:30. And we will also take a recess for a tender opening scheduled for 2 p.m. They will at this point serve as our break points unless otherwise directed by council. Our intent today is to work together to hit our target date and percentage, which right now is 2.5 collectively. We'll see where we are by the end of the day. If all goes well, the intent or the target date is to have this final budget approved at council on Monday, January the 30th. And again, that will be for council's deliberation. We will start by welcoming, as we have done in past, it seems to work well, Board Chair Brian Baxter and Chief Kai Liu. We will be starting with the protection in operating, but before I do that, I have a formality to do. Normally we do additions to the agenda. If they are known, I will take those now, but I also want to say to council, they may come to your mind as we actually deal with your different departments, and it is accepted for me to add those additions at that time, which may be for you more relevant, and they will be noted by our clerk. Today our deputy clerk, officially as of last night, is Brent Larmer. And at this point I'm asking, are there any pecuniary interest disclosures at this time? Hearing none from members of council, we will start our proceedings. We will start again with protection services under operating. It will take us to page 51. And each time I will try to announce where we are in the agenda, not only for the benefit of council, but for Joanne, who has quite a task to do today. And any changes will be noted by Brent Larmer, our clerk, and it will also hopefully keep pace with the public as to where we are exactly as we move through the budget. So on that basis, I'd like to get started. Mr. Baxter, Chief Kai Liu, welcome to the diocese, and I know you've been here many times before, so you are most welcome.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor and members of council and staff. Once again, thank you for inviting us and including us in your deliberations. We may be somewhat have a bit of a bias, but we believe we have introduced a very responsible budget submission for you, slightly less than 1.5%, and the new projects are included in the capital budget, and I don't think you're expecting us to go through the budget itself, but we are pleased to answer any questions you may have. And certainly I'll ask the chief to speak as well.
So, Chief,
sure.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair, Your Worship, members of council. It certainly, I am certainly pleased to be able to present this budget this morning with our combined operations and capital, an average of 0.6% combined increase for this year. So. I and the chair, the board chair, certainly are available to any questions as you go through our budget.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'll proceed on page 53 is the general, because these will be more specific questions if council has any. It starts the general selection portion. I'll take any comments based on pages. If I hear nothing, I'll just proceed right through as we move forward. So we're on right now page 53. Are there any questions? Clarity? Councillor Rowden?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Just in regards to the court security, my understanding is that the province has cut back, or are they increasing our funding to the county on that particular part? Because there'd be a revenue, or is this cost here in the operating the actual cost of it all, and it shows up on the revenue side? For
Councillor Rowden, can I do that when we get to court security? I'd rather go in order in case there are other questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Hearing any other questions on 54? Again, general. Proceeding through number of pages. Mayor Brockeneer.
Chair Henderson, not a question, just a comment. I just want to draw the attention to the second line on page 54, payroll overtime. And you can see that there's a reduction this year, and that's because of a very ambitious program the Deputy Mayor has put together in terms of reducing the overall overtime, and we're very pleased to see that. Oh, I'm sorry, and the police chief.
No, you said Deputy Mayor, Your Worship.
Deputy Chief.
The Deputy Chief and the Chief of Police.
On page 54, just for clarity for members of our public, if I could ask you just to comment on new, it's called Survivor Top-Up, Chief, just so that the public will know what new item that is.
That's an excellent question. I believe that's the top-up for, is it Chris Garrett? Yeah, it's pertaining to one of our officers that died about 12 years, died in the line of duty 12 years ago.
Thank you for that. No other questions? Are there any questions on 55 or 56? While I'm waiting for questions, perhaps, Chief, if you could just share again your new special project. It's called Domestic Violence Enhancement, and followed by new project Community Mobilization. If you could just comment on those, just so interests of the public.
Certainly. The Domestic Violence Enhancement Program, we've partnered with Cornerstone. We recognize that domestic violence carries a huge liability if it's not investigated correctly. And instead of us generating the expertise within and or hiring from the outside, we were able to partner with Cornerstone, who essentially works with victims of domestic violence on a daily basis, and we're going to be able to have a partial person or partial hours of that person seconded to us, and this is to compensate those hours. The other community engagement initiative is for Canada 150th. We know that the town has embraced and will have many additional activities pertaining to the celebration of Canada's birthday, and the police department will have increased presence in those initiatives.
Any questions? Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to Chief Kailu. For the extra Canada 150 games, does that include the extra police detail for parades and things like that, or is that in a separate account?
That's correct. It's a combination of the parades. We're expecting an increased crowd for, as an example, Sandcastle, if it becomes one of the feature events for our region. And so police security increases will certainly happen.
Councillor McCarthy?
Yes, just to follow up. So with the community events staff working group, I know reports are done on each event through the event coordinator, Lars Scott. So the line item for police coverage would come from this pot of money when those reports are made. Is that it?
For all intents and purposes, yes. Unless it's a specific private event that's going on, then that may involve pay duty officers.
And Chief, if I may ask, I know communications is always a strong interest for the public as well as council. If you could just comment where we are in communications.
So when the board approved the disbandment of our communication, the January of 2016, part of that disbandment came with a 2-year severance that was paid to former dispatchers. And as a result, 2017 will be the last year that we're paying severances.
Thank you. Any other questions from council for clarity? I'd like to now proceed to court services, page 63. And Councilor Round, I believe you had a question once we get there on court services.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Chief Kailu, when the province set up their schedule on the funding for court security, I understood that we were going to get more back from provincial offenses in this next year or two. Is that budgeted for, or is it going to be a true factor?
Yeah. So the way through the chair, the way the formula for the provincial court services upload, it's based on previous years of actual costs in courts. So it's a percentage of that. In 2015, we had moved the sergeant out of our court system, which reduced the overall cost of court security, and as a result, our provincial funding had dropped slightly. The difference was made up by the county, and recognizing that, we've moved the sergeant position, sergeant position back into courts, raising our. So when you see our budget numbers, that would increase. Essentially, it's moving a body back over.
Mayor Brockenier?
Yes, Chair Henderson, just a comment on court services. So this is the year that all court services are being consolidated into Coburg. And so when the county was getting money for court services, a little bit of it was going to Brighton, a little bit to Campbellford, or Trent Hills, I should say, and Port Hope. But now that total amount will be coming to the town of Coburg.
Thank you for sharing that. It's an important point. Any other comments, clarity? Hearing none, I'd like to proceed to business services, page 67. Hearing none, I'd like to proceed to page 70, police facilities. Hearing none, I'd like to proceed to Police Services Board, page 72. Any questions of clarity? I'd like to proceed to page 101, which is Communications Center. And again, Chief, I'm waiting for council perhaps get to those pages if you'd like to make any further comments on the Owen Sound communications.
Other than positive in that since moving over to Owen Sound, the level of communication service, the response time from our communicators, and in combination with a new radio system moving away from Bell Fleetnet, has certainly increased the quality and the efficiency of our dispatching service for the police.
Any questions from members of council? If I'm not mistaken, Chief and Chair, I believe if we looked back at the beginning, we're at 1.4, which is a responsible budget. And at this point, I'd ask council to proceed to the Protection Services capital budget. So we'll have to flip screens and flip within, so you have to allow us a few moments to do that. Also, for the benefit of those in the audience and members of council, I try to create what's called the, for a better word, budget at a glance. And in here are the icons that, if you turn, would make it a little bit easier, perhaps, for us to preview as we look at the police services budget and just the overview of items. And that way, it's a way of ensuring as we go through that we're not missing any of the budget items as we proceed. For the benefit of council and the audience, we have an overview on page 12, but specifically we'll deal very quickly with any items starting on page 13. And the first one is the building renovations. The only question I have, Chair, and I may have had maybe not the most update copy, I apologize, but I did see the details for phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. But I noted in our preliminary discussions there was some discussion about accessibility, and yet I didn't see it in the details. So I wonder if you could just update council where we are to that issue.
So for accessibility, as the board, or sorry, the council will recall, the last 2 years within the police budget we had installed an elevator. The part of phase 1 and 2 is now looking at creating a ramp at the front of the station. The design of the actual ramp itself has not been finalized, thus hasn't been approved by the board, but that is going to be in that phase, between the phase 1 and 2 stage of moving the ramp from the back of the building or back side of the building to the front.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Hearing any other? Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you. Through you to the chief, just so I can understand, I know your business services department creates revenue for capital projects, but I do see a levy charge of $50,000, and not that I don't think that's reasonable. I just wanted to understand in my own mind why it wouldn't come out of the revenue, or is there some explanation of why it comes through Town of Cobourg budget?
Certainly.
Thank you, Chief.
Through the chair, the opportunity to generate revenue through business services or conducting criminal records checks, we're at the mercy of the Canadian government, ultimately the RCMP's policies and procedures. And at any point, they could change the way we do criminal records checks, and thus preventing us from generating revenue. And so, as part of the previous agreements between the town and the board, the town would infuse approximately $100,000 on average per year from the tax base. This is in the event that the police service loses the opportunity to generate revenue. So there isn't that huge shock the following year. However, having seen the success of criminal records checks and business services, we've actually reduced that by 50%. So in previous years, it was up to $100,000. This year, we've reduced it to 50.
Okay, thank you for that explanation, Chief. Any others? I'd like to proceed to next page, vehicle purchases. Hearing none, computer purchase on page 15. Hearing none. Plate recognition software. Again, Chief, perhaps you could just share the function of it, because I know it's a future-looking project.
So, just in a nutshell, a automatic plate recognition system is a computer device that sits on the roof of the police vehicle, and as the vehicle drives around, it scans the surrounding license plates. And if a license plate is tagged because the driver is, for an example, wanted by police for a criminal offense and or suspended driver, those information will pop up on the police officer's computer screen, giving them the opportunity to enforce whatever the restrictions of those drivers or register owners as they go by.
Thank you. Next one is the waterfront kiosk, and I know this is potentially a new venture. And Chief, just perhaps a few comments on that, if you may.
So about 14 years ago, the Police Services Board had purchased a trailer that we would all be familiar with down at the waterfront that our volunteers use, and in partnership with the lifeguards providing safety at the waterfront. That trailer has now become obsolete in that it's no longer, it's leaking water and so on. So we've decommissioned that, and we've set aside this amount of money to look at finding a replacement. At the same time, increasing the security down at the waterfront with electric signage that we can use in conjunction with the lifeguard stands.
Okay, moving on, weapons storage asset management system. Hearing nothing. Radio repeaters. Radio communications. Oh, sorry, I'm in fire. Sorry, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that Council endeavors to cover the icons that are before you. Are there any final questions that were omitted? Hearing none, I take the fact that thank you, Chair and Chief, for your presentation today and budget as we move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we'll be moving to Cobourg Fire Services. Again, we welcome our Chief and Deputy Chief. We'll be starting and operating on page 75. So again, Council will give you a few moments to set up. Again, would you like to make any introductory comments, or you'd like us just get started, Chief?
Might as well just get started.
Thank you.
We're happy with where we are, so no comment.
Are there any questions from Council for clarity on any questions at this point? Councillor Rowden?
Yes, I see we're 2016, the budget for $10,000, and they only received $4,815. I wonder if we budget again this year for $10,000. Is that a fair amount because of last year's revenue?
Yes, through you, Chair, to Councillor Rowden. Last year we had a problem with our invoicing through the Ministry of Transportation for calls we receive or we do on the highway on 401, and there was a problem with our neighbors the way the invoices are submitted, and we lost out on some funds there because the Hamilton Township didn't coordinate the invoices with us, and we couldn't resubmit. So we lost out on some funds. So the 10,000 is a realistic figure.
Any other questions? The only question I have, Chief, on one item midway down on page 76, it says other equipment purchases, and I'm just wondering what the details were for that.
That line item is basically for buying equipment. You'll see last year we spent quite a bit more than what was budgeted for, but a lot of that comes out of small equipment reserve. Most of it, well, I shouldn't say most of it, the overage comes out of small equipment reserve, so that line item was pretty much balanced.
All right. Moving to page 77, any questions? Hearing none, the only question I have to you, Joanne, were the actuals updated yet? Because on my sheets, they're not for 2016, or is that yet to come in terms of the responses, the data? Well, it just said for the actual incidents and activities. Sorry, for performance data, I know we were looking for the numbers to come in. Have they been put in yet, just for information purposes? So just a note, perhaps, if
we'll forward them to Joanne. That's my fault. I missed.
That's all right. No one's
Yep.
fault. Just
Yep.
It's nice to know.
Well,
We know you are busy.
Yep.
I'd like to move now to emergency management, page 83. And while we're waiting, just always of interest, Chief, is special project emergency exercise. If you could just share a few comments on that.
Yeah, we conducted our emergency exercise this year. Went very well. We partner with the county to do these, so the county generally likes to pick up some of the tab, which is great. So we never know how much they're going to pick up. So this year they picked up about half the cost, and that's where we sit. I would like to make an offer here for you. I'm sure you'll agree to it. The next item down, equipment maintenance generators. We did get the actuals on that. I just looked at it again this morning. We had asked for $17,750. I truly believe we can knock that down to $15,000 even and still be okay. So if you want to take $2,750 out of that line, that would be fine.
And in terms of protection, Mayor Brockenier, would you make a motion for that if we accepted that being protection?
We'll do our bit.
Since we are in committee of the whole, I don't believe I need a seconder, but I will make a motion that we reduce the line item of 2700170 under fire or under emergency management, the equipment maintenance generators, reduce it by $2,750.
Motion's on the floor. Discussion. Hearing none. Calling the vote. All those in favor? Against? Carried. Thank you for that offer, Chief.
Yep.
And Chief, if I may, also we have risk management new. I know there's always changes there. If you could just share that for clarity with us and the public.
Yeah, our emergency planner, Kate Chapman, has been tasked with reinvigorating and revitalizing the risk management program. So we need to get her up to speed and up some training. So that's what that new line item is for, is to get her some training on that. So that's where we stand with that.
That now takes us to the capital side, and And we start at page 20 for council members of the public, starting with radio communications. And I'll take any questions from council on that item. And just for council's information, perhaps to note, just for later on today, the explanation, this provision is for is contingency should we find need to install. So I want to make that aware that we're hoping to provide this, but if at the end of the day, again, and it's also coming out of fire small equipment, so it's not on our budget item. I just want you to be aware of that. Next one, that's it. The next three items, a deal in 2018 and thereafter. I'll take any collective questions. Otherwise, we'll be finished. Hearing none, again, Chief, Deputy Chief, I believe there is an item that I want to go back to, and I hopefully didn't miss it. I believe the request was for 4 additional part-time firefighters.
That's correct.
Under operating.
Correct, Mr. Chair.
So I apologize for not highlighting that my first go-around. So council, I'll give you time to go back. And I'll try and give you a page reference, certainly starting around page 75. And for council's reference, it is so noted in your personal notes and confidential notes because of salaries on page 82 for your reference. And you can see there it's a part-time firefighter, new 4. And Chief, I'll allow you to explain the rationale for council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're finding it tougher and tougher every day to recruit and maintain our volunteer force. The workforce today is so fluid, and people are moving and getting jobs elsewhere, and we're finding it very tough to recruit people, to keep them working in Cobourg, living in Cobourg. So we've had to relax our requirements that you live and work right in town. So we have people that are living a kilometer or 2 outside of Cobourg. We've even had to stretch their places of employment out to Port Hope. So it really affects the way we operate in that we don't have a lot of daytime staff, part-time staff. So what we want to do is increase our number to 20 so that when we do have these calls, we hope to get 3 or 4 of those 5 part-time on a platoon responding. So it's really about efficiency of operations and safety for our staff. So we want to increase it so that we can maintain the number we have today, basically responding to calls. If that makes any sense.
Any questions from members of council? Councilor McCarthy?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just foggy on my orientation for fire services a number of years ago. The on-call firefighters, are they paid regardless whether they're on duty or not?
They're paid a standby, basically a standby fee for that platoon when they're assigned to that day. So there is a little bit of standby, but it's pretty minor. So not all 20 would be paid today to be on standby. There would only be that platoon that's paid. Does that answer your question? Sort of? No?
Councilor McCarthy?
Thank you. Well, this is a large amount, but appropriate, I'm sure. So I'm just trying to understand. I understand the logic of recruiting and having people on call during the day, but does it mean there's more staff, or you just know you can count on staff? Just not quite clear.
Okay,
Chief?
through you, Mr. Chair. We have, right now we have 16 volunteers or part-time, and they're divided into 4 platoons. So there's 4 part-time assigned to be on call today. So given where they work and where they're living and all those things, if we have a call and we need that platoon to show up today, we might get 3, we might get 2, we might get 1. You don't know what you're going to get. It's just really tough to get people to commit today because of all the stuff that's going on in the world. People have other interests, and it's hard to get people to commit to be a volunteer firefighter. So what we want to do is increase our number so that when we have that call today, we can be not guaranteed, but we're more comfortable having 3 show up instead of maybe 1. It just gives us another body to rely on. Does that? It's a fluid thing, but it's yes.
I'll come back to Councilor McCarthy. I saw Mayor Brockenier's hand, and I will certainly come back to Mayor Brockenier.
Thank you, Chair Henderson. Through you, just another item that I'd like to expand on with respect to the part-time firefighters is when they're on call, there is an expectation because they have to have all of their gear when they show up at a fire. We would be expecting them to have their gear with them when they are on call. Otherwise, they would have to go back to their home, get their gear, and then respond. So this is one of the ways that we create some efficiencies by identifying what days they are on call, and they know when to take their gear with them.
Yeah.
Councilor McCarthy?
And just one final question. So if you have the 4 volunteer firefighters on standby for that certain day, and you might get 1, 2, or 3, are they still paid that standby fee if they do not show up?
No.
Okay.
Any other questions? Councilor Burkett?
So in regards to these 4 new people, would they just be 1 more added to each of the platoons?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay. Just I want you to be aware of the request for staffing and the amount which is before you. Any other questions?
Just, Mr. Chair, just a general comment. The deputy just reminded me, we haven't changed our staffing level in 12 years. We've been pretty status quo, and the town is growing and busier, and so we really do need these bodies. Thank you.
I'm fine, thank you. That's actually a question I wrote myself and didn't ask, but I knew it was some time because I've been here for 6, and I know you certainly haven't changed during my tenure whatsoever, so thank you for that. Any other questions? Hearing none, thank you very much, Chief and Deputy Chief, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Council?
We're now going to proceed and stay in protection. We're going to go to building, page 86. And just a question, if I may, is there anybody, if we had questions, who should we direct them to? Mr. McGlashan? Thank you. While we're waiting on page 86 and 87, are there any questions from members of council? Councilor Round?
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you, I see there's a new item here, special projects office renovation. Is that the office renovation within this building, or is there going to be someone at building number 7?
Mr. Chair, thank you. The office renovations that are proposed here are for the Building and Planning Department renovations. We are going to be losing the engineering department component from the department into Building 7, and our office has not been upgraded or refreshed for probably about 10 or 12 years now. We are proposing to split between building and planning departments the office renovation budget so that we are compliant with AODA and move some offices around and such.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'd like to proceed to Bylaw Department, page 90, and again, both Mr. McGlashan and Director McGlashan and Brent Larmer, our policy clerk / deputy clerk, is here. Are there any questions? The only question I have, based on your presentation last night to council, Mr. Larmer, is you made a presentation for a part-time, full-time, I should say, full-time, part-time officer, and I'm wondering if this would fall in this section or not. It does not. Thank you for that clarity. Any questions otherwise? Mayor Brockenier?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Recoveries under icicle removal and weed cutting recoveries. And I know that some of the work that we do is on properties with that are absentee owners. And so when we do perform those duties, we don't always get cash. Sometimes we have to add it to the tax roll. So when I'm looking at $6,000 for weed cutting recoveries, is that full cash, or is part of that accounted for by adding to the tax base?
Who would like to answer this? Mr. Davey?
Well, the normal procedure, Deputy Mayor, would be that we would invoice the property owner, and then after an appropriate amount of time, if the property owner hasn't paid, then it would move on to the tax base. So at the time when we invoice the property owner, the charge would be to this account, the revenue account.
Any other questions? I'd like to move to Conservation Authority, page 94. And I'd just like to make it clear to the public, we have a long-standing agreement with the GRCA. Councillor Rowden is the chair of the GRCA board, and we're, along with other municipalities, have an obligation where we have a percentage based on normally population, and we're given a figure each and every year. And because Cobourg is growing, our figure incrementally seems to increase. So I'd just like to make the public aware that that's how that figure is based on, and it's been in existence for some time. Are there questions otherwise? Hearing none, I'd like to proceed to the Joint Animal Control, page 96. At this point, our former representative on this board was former Councillor Sherwin, and I did meet with Mayor Brockenier and asked if the board itself were going to look at the rationale for the percentage increase, because if my math is right, it's 5.1%, and it was my understanding that the board was going to reflect on that percentage to this council. And Mayor Brockenier, I just don't know if in my notes, have you heard anything to date?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have actually. I attended the meeting last week, and we have set tomorrow as a day to review the budget for the Municipal Animal Services Department. So I will have that information before we meet on the 30th to finalize the budget.
Okay, thank you for that. And Mr. Larmer, could I ask you just to note that so that we don't miss that or Mr. Davey as we move forward in case there are changes? Councillor Rowden?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and just a question on the contracts there. I see the budget $88,000 last year, but we only show $65,969, and then we upped it this year, budgeted for $93,500. I'm just wondering, is there an explanation for that?
Well, that's what we just asked to take back to the board, Councillor Rowden, for they have a discussion, because it turns out to be a 5.1% increase, and we're asking the rationale behind that. So as Mayor Brockenier indicated, they're going to have that discussion and bring hopefully new information back to this board prior to Monday. Any other questions? Okay, Bylaw Enforcement Services, page 98. And perhaps, Mr. Larmer, if I could ask you just to share again where we are with contracts and where we are and where we're going.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to Council. Currently, right now, we're on our third year of our contract for third-party enforcement. This is our last year on the contract with an additional year for next year. The increase for hourly wages increases from $18.60 to $19 an hour starting on May 1st. So that is the difference there, and that'll carry on for the 2017 until 2018, and we have the option of renewing it with the new bylaw enforcement strategy, and for the approval of council for the part-time officer, it'll coincide with a contract as well as an in-house officer, and we'll be looking at options for the next year going forward with enforcement.
Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, I don't believe there are any capital items other than special projects for protection other. And at this point, that takes us back in our index to the very beginning, which is the operating budget summary, page 1. Sorry, I apologize. I'm jumping over my own notes. Sorry, I apologize. We're going to library, part 5, library operating and capital budget. And Tammy Robson is our CAO. And welcome. We'll just take a few moments to get to that location. And it's on page 254. Again, welcome, Tammy. You're an old face now at this point since your arrival. If you have any comments, we'll certainly take those. Otherwise, we'll get directly into the budget.
I have no comments.
Okay, thank you. If you could just, we know what it is, but new furniture, if you could just highlight what that deals with.
Certainly. This is something new we've added on this year. We need to replace our DVD holders to make them AODA compliant. Right now they are not. So we're hopeful over the next couple of years that we'll be able to trade those all out for newer storage shelving units.
And if I could ask as well, just for information, we're very aware of your grants and your different agreements that you have. Council is aware of that. But I wonder if you just take a few moments and share your arrangements that you have with different municipalities around the library.
Certainly. So this is more Hamilton Township, is that what you're... Right. So we do contract out to 2 library branches at Hamilton Township, and we have signed a 3-year agreement. For this year, they've actually increased the amount of money that they actually put in the agreement. We had to make an amendment because they are now allowing the branches to be open throughout the summer, more increased hours. So we do get a percentage from Hamilton Township that covers staffing, supplies, books as well. It's a rotating collection, so they do pay a percentage of ongoing costs.
Thank you for that explanation. Any other questions, comments? Mayor Brockenier?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you to Tammy. Tammy, what is the percentage split now for the operating cost between Hamilton Township and the town of Cobourg?
I can give you the number of what they give us, but I have not done the actual percentage. So currently they pay $280,000. $287.44 is what they pay us. Plus, on top of that, we receive a grant from the government for Hamilton Township for a total of $19,180. So the $280 plus $280,744 plus $19,180 is how much Hamilton Township gives us.
Councillor Rowden?
Yeah, so this total amount here is $997,000, the amount year-to-date for 2016. So would that mean that they would have paid 1/3 almost of that?
I don't have that figure.
Sorry, we
that
get
you
that
have.
It's
figure.
on page 254 is your total year-to-date of $997,314.
I would love to be able to answer that. Ian Davey is shaking his head yes, because we will just be showing
we
from
get
Coburg.
1/3 of that,
Unfortunately,
so-
I don't have a copy of what you have.
Yeah,
So,
so the actual town would be 600 and some thousand then. Okay. It just looked large for our levy. That's
Okay, any other questions? Mayor Brockenier?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Henderson. So just a note of history on this. When we first built the library, the operating costs were split on a per capita basis, which meant that the town of Coburg paid about, I think, 63%, and Hamilton Township paid the remainder, which would be 37%. And I think that's still pretty close when you take a look at it.
it's still fairly close. Yes, they because during that time we've hired the public service manager, and they pay a portion of that salary, and we have increased hours, so they have increased a little bit more for the budget to cover more staff salary.
Any other questions? I believe, in essence, your special projects are noted that we're dealing with, so that speaks for itself. Any other? I believe that's it for library. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking at our agenda, we're moving on well. We're on item number 6, all other capital items. And I will give you time to go to page 1, starting as part of the capital budget items. Again, we'll be starting once we do the overview with general government. And also your icons are identified as we move through, just to ensure that hopefully we've not missed any particular items. Starting on general government, which is page 3, I'll certainly come back to the summary sheets if we need to. Number 1, of course, is computers. Any questions? That's a standard. Hearing none, we go to the carpet west side stairs. And I just want you to note at the bottom, this will come out of the Victoria Hall Maintenance Fund. We do have such a fund for specific items for Victoria Hall. Hearing none. We're now page 5, market building interior. And as the explanation, either Mr. Davey or CO Peacock, if you'd like to comment.
Through the chair. This work is work that was identified through an engineering review. At this point in time, though, we have refined the numbers, and maybe Mr. Davey can help me out with the final number for the fire hall.
We're on the market building?
Oh, sorry, market building. I'm on the wrong page. Maybe you can give an explanation of the work on the market building.
Yes, my understanding is this, in an effort to create that first area as you go into the market building and make that into an office, and you go in the east door, and immediately to your left as you go in is a separate room in there. And what this would do is install a second set of doors before you enter into the hall of the market building, so that they could be closed, so that during the day, if there's no usage of the actual market building itself, people could enter in, access that office inside the door to your left, go without going on into the market building. So that's the rationale for this budget, is to basically turn that first entranceway, make it feasible to have it as a standalone office that could be open at all times during the business day.
Councillor Rowan?
So that amount that's in here, $20,000, that's an excessive amount if we're just putting in a set of doors, right? Or is that what?
It's the doors and whatever else is needed to convert that space into usable office space.
Okay.
Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to either the CAO or Mr. Davey. So it's $200,000 that we'll pull out of Holdco.
Whoa, we're on market building.
Oh, sorry.
Page before.
Okay, I restore exterior. Right. Sorry.
Page 5.
Yes. A question. Because I'm on the DBI board, and this is, the DBI is aware of this possibility, but it's a long way from actually an agreement being established. So I don't think the assumption can be made about their partnership. Would this project go ahead regardless of a partnership with the DBIA?
CEO or Mr. Davey?
I can address that. My suggestion is no, it wouldn't. The other point to be made is because we're now in the age of AODA, if we retrofit the building, we also have to do the AODA upgrades. So that's another reason why the expenses are where they're at.
Councillor McCarthy?
Yes, just for clarification then, under the project detail, it would be to meet AODA standards as well?
CAO?
Actually, we can put that in, but the legislation now is any upgrades would require AODA compliance. That is the new legislation under the AODA legislation.
Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you. Sorry, just so I'm clear. If it turns out the DBIA and the Town of Cobourg do not come to an agreement this year, maybe next year, and therefore the standalone office entrance is not required, then we don't have to worry about any AODA standards until a future time when an upgrade might occur. Is that correct?
CAO?
Yes, through the regulation, it's the 5th part of the regulation in the integrated compliance regulation, and it indicates that only when you're building new or rebuilding do you meet those requirements.
Okay, I believe we've answered that one. If I can move on to 2nd Street Fire Hall, restoration of exterior. You can see, Council, it's a significant amount spread over 2 years, 2017 and 2018. You can see it's an extensive amount of work. The fire hall has not been fully done since the late 80s. That's a considerable time. And Mr. Davey, I believe you want to make an amendment.
Yes, Deputy Mayor. The suggestion was, because we were concerned with the amount of money, and we'll come upon this as we move further through the budget, that we were taking out of the Holdco reserve. So what we did was, last week we had a conference call with the architect that put together the scope of work for the fire hall, and CAO and myself and Sally LeBlanc, and we talked to the architect and we said asked them if they could break the project up. Really, the result of that was they came back, they looked at obviously the roof is the main concern. Tied into the roof are the dormers that you see as well. So the revised estimate has come back at about $170,000 to do that work. So the suggestion is that we keep the same $350 that's in here, but adjust it to $170,000 in 2017 and $180,000 in 2018, and then we'll break the project up on that basis.
And listening to your recommendation for council's consideration, what that does for 2017, if we have a particular motion, it will take 30,000, at least a reduction from Holcall.
That's correct.
So if we're clear, and could I have someone make a motion to that effect, if in support of that? Councillor McCarthy?
Just one clarification. Is 2017 170? How is Holdco reduced? It's going to increase, isn't it, to 170?
Right now, we're saying 200,000 out of Holdco.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So again, we're still, the suggestion would still be that it's funded from Holdco. It's just 170 and
Got
180.
Okay. Yep.
Councillor
Motion.
McCarthy?
Motion to reduce the reserve funds from Holdco from 200,000 to 170,000 for the 2017 Second Street Fire Hall restorations.
Okay, discussion? Hearing none, calling the vote. All those in favor? Against? Carried. And thank you for noting that, Mr. Alarmer. We're now to the next page, 7, the art gallery. And the explanation is there for you. You can see for 2017, it would be the southeast, southwest, and south walls. And it was broken up over 2 years. And the rationale, of course, now that we've done the roof, we've done a lot of the brickwork, we've done the windows. Now it's time to start addressing back to the interior of the building. Any questions? Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a comment to council and the public that this is a really important piece because since the gallery reopened, it hasn't been able to use what would be known as the sculpture gallery because of this outstanding repair. So thank you. It's necessary for the full program they want to offer.
Thank you for that explanation. I'll take any questions on pages 8 through 10. You will note those capital items are scheduled for 2018. Any questions? Otherwise, I will move directly to page 11. Hearing none, I will move to page 11, which is Victoria Square. As we all know, everyone in Cobourg is familiar with this project, Phase 4. The intent of this council was to have it as our premier signature project for 2017 in celebration of Canada 150. And at this point, perhaps I'll allow, if I can, Mayor Braconier or CEO to make comments.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm going to make a motion that we defer this project to 2018, and I'll give council a little bit of background on it. So what has happened is we applied for provincial funding and federal funding. We did not get one nickel from either the province or the feds, so that would put the total onus on us for the $1,375,000 to come up with that money, the total amount ourselves. And given some other situations that have happened with tax rebates that we will discover later as we go through the process, we find that we would have to borrow the money, and I don't think that there's great support for borrowing $1.375 million for Victoria Square. And as disappointed as I am to think that we have to cancel, the signature project for Canada 150, I think financially it's the right decision. So that's why I'm making the motion and getting it on the floor for discussion to defer it to 2018.
Any further points of discussion? Councillor Rowden?
Would this mean that we can reapply next year then for a grant from either province or the feds?
Mayor Braconier?
If there's any programs available, obviously we will try again next year. Whenever there's an opportunity to get money, regardless of what project we're talking about, we always pursue it.
Any other points of discussion? Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you. I do support the mayor's motion. It is sad. I've been a member of this very dynamic committee. However, we need to take a breath on this. I agree. I don't think there's an appetite to debenture this project at this time. Other fundraising initiatives may be looked at in part, and in fact, we may be able to look at going forward in part for this, so we don't lose track of it. But I do believe this is the right decision.
Any other discussion? Mr. Davey, by all means. Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry. So the motion I'm putting on the floor is to defer the Phase 4 of the Victoria Square project to 2018.
Any further points of discussion? CAO?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The one item that we do have to fund, though, is the engineering that has been carried out to date. That was all approved to council. It was originally put in pre-engineering. We assumed that it would be coming out of this budget. So when we hit pre-engineering, my suggestion is that we look at that item at that time.
Mayor Brockeneer?
Well then, Mr. Chair, if I may, I'll make an amendment to my own motion, and the amendment is that we will defer the construction of the Phase 4 of Victoria Square to 2018.
Okay. Everybody clear on the amended motion? Any further discussion? Councillor McCarthy?
Just want to know what the numbers will be. There will be some amount in 2017 and the balance in 2018?
CAO?
Yes, through the chair, the amount of money for the engineering and the art selection process is approximately $65,000.
So, listening to you at 65,000 with the remaining details moving to 2018. And is there any consideration at this point how that 65,000 may be dealt with? Mr. Davey?
Well, one suggestion would be to show it here as 65,000 coming out of Holdco this year, just to cover that expense. So we would have to, on this page where we have reserves, we would have to show from Holdco 65,000, since we didn't have any transfer for this year's.
Councillor McCarthy?
Yes, and Deputy Mayor, I would like some clarification. I thought the public art project fees were covered by the funds inside of what we call the CAPS line, that there was money available this year because it's been paid out in well, no, that's not true. We just missed it. Anyways, I thought there was funds available in CAPS.
Either Mr. Davey or Mr. McGlashan. The reason I'm asking because I know CAPS was put under planning, and I know each year we allocate approximately $5,000 annually each year to build that reserve, and I don't know what discussion has taken place, if any, regarding CAPS. I'm not aware. I don't know if you can shed any light.
Deputy Mayor, no. Last year we put the 5,000 in. We also spent some of the money out of that, so there wasn't a lot went into the reserve. And then this year we're actually, when we get to the Heritage Committee budget, which is where that shows up, we're actually taking more out of CAPS already than we're putting than the 5,000. So there's not sufficient.
And if I could get direction, Mayor Brockeneer, from you, because I consider you the expert in this, would I require, can this all be one motion because we have two parts with 65 coming from Holco plus your motion? I'm just wondering, can it be combined, or does it really need to be two separate motions?
No, it can be combined into one motion.
So could I ask you to rephrase that then for me?
Okay, so
for council?
Okay, so the motion, so I'm going to make an amendment again, that the Phase 4 of Victoria Square construction project be deferred to 2018, and we use the money, and then we draw from the Holdco reserve the 55,000, I believe it was.
65.
And then we draw 65,000 from the Holdco reserve to cover the costs of engineering, design, and artwork.
Okay, thank you. And everybody clear on the final amendment motion? I think it is very clear. Again, I'll call for any further discussion. Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? All those against? Carried. Through protocol, because we have an amendment to an amendment, Mayor Brockeneer, does that solve it, or do I have to go through and remove the other amendment motions?
But I do believe we're fine with that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. At that point, I believe that deals with general government items. We're now moving to public works, starting with page 24. And again, we have the overview sheets that we can always come back to, but I'd like to start on page 26, the asset management software. And as we know, we're really putting a focus on GIS. Is our many municipalities in Ontario, because it's a way of working with them to blend all the different departments. If there's any question regarding the software, you can see there can be a small portion that can come out of development charges. Are there any other questions? Sorry, Councillor Rowan, I'm on page 26 under capital under public works. Okay. We'll just pause for a moment. While we're in this bit of slight recess, again on your icon sheet, we tried to break it up in public works under GIS, roads and sewers, and then parking and transit. So we tried to show the different icons in that regard. So as we move through the budget, you'll get a sense that hopefully we've covered the different items. Okay, and again, please, council, at any time, we have a lot before us. I want to ensure you're with us, so anytime we lose, by all means, speak up, and then that way we ensure we're on the same page at the same time on the same discussion. Moving ahead to page 27, we have Kerr Street extension to Darcy Street. You will note it's a considerable tag amount in terms of dollars, well over $1 million. But you can also see development charges, I believe, account for approximately 80% of that. And the recommendation is a debenture, noted as $335,104. Mayor Brockeneer, would you like to speak to this at all? Or?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I absolutely would like to speak to this. And just again, a bit of background that all of council and maybe some of staff may have forgotten is that when we applied for funding for the community center, we actually submitted three projects. The three projects were the community center itself, the upgrade of Darcy Street, and then the Kerr Street extension from Division Street over to Darcy Street. And the importance of that road is twofold. It allows people to get across to from Division to Darcy without having to go across the level crossing at Darcy Street. But more importantly, it was going to open up some shovel-ready industrial land at the south end of our industrial park, something that we very much need, because there's no doubt that when people are looking for industrial land, they're looking for several things. They're looking for property that is close to the 401, which our Northern Industrial Park is, and property that's shovel-ready. And this meets both needs. So I view this as being an important project.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'd like to move on. James Street reconstruction is before us. You can see it's made up of a number of items. OCIF funding, if approved, or top-up funding is considerable. We can see there's Lucy through water and reserves from the sanitary sewer reserves. So it counts for a large portion of this project. Director Thrasher, I'll allow you to speak to this because I know this project has been on the books for some time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this project is one of two remaining projects downtown that involve roads that are not what we term as up to urban standard. The cross-section of this street, as well as the other project that I referred to, which is Spencer Street, 2 blocks of Spencer Street from Division to George, are really have no curbs. The width is not proper, and the sidewalks are not good. So when we select a project for to recommend for summer reconstruction, we choose a project that has those surface deficiencies as well as all of the underground deficiencies. So this is an excellent candidate from both points of view.
Okay, and at this point, any further questions? Councillor Rao.
Yes, if I may further, I'm on the committee at the Lakefront Utilities, and of course this is a budget item for them as well, and it's been budgeted now on last year's possible projects, and they deferred it to this year in order to go ahead to do it. So it's kind of and they are in bad shape. Some of the pipes under that road, that particular street's almost 100 years old, so it's time it was done.
And through you, Director Thrasher, do you have any information when this top-up funding may or may not arrive?
Mr. Chairman, we've been told that January was the time then, so we're approaching the end of the month, so hopefully we'll hear within the next week or two.
Moving on, page 29, asphalt resurfacing is something that we have traditionally done each and every year to keep our roads in repair, and if they indicate if we do this, then hopefully we don't get into major full reconstruction, which is extremely expensive. You can see it's from OCIF formula. Any questions? Moving on, sidewalk construction is something that we've done each and every year. The funding is from federal gas tax, and the reason the allocation is slightly higher this year is because if anybody's been to Abbott Boulevard, we know it's a very long boulevard and may take excess amount of money to complete the length of sidewalk. Any questions otherwise? Mayor Brockeneer?
Thank you, Chair Henderson. To Mr. Thrasher, so I'm not opposed to urbanizing parts of town that do not have sidewalks. What I am opposed to is putting in sidewalks that end up with very narrow boulevards. I already get numerous calls every year when snow plows go by, and then they take the snow from the road and push it over a very narrow boulevard right onto the sidewalk that people have just shoveled. So I don't need any more phone calls on that. And so I will support this as long as you can tell me that it's not going to end up with a narrow boulevard. If it is, then I would like to see you transfer the sidewalk construction to another area of town where you can put in a wider boulevard.
Director Thrasher?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have a commitment to provide sidewalks on at least one side of arterial and collector roads, and so in that sense it's a perfect candidate. However, we don't have much choice in where the property line is in many cases. So rather than go through the exercise of purchasing land or expropriating, we simply leave the property line where it is and then fit the sidewalk in. And if we can have a nice wide boulevard that will accommodate a snowbank, such as 6 or 8 feet, we take it. But the fact is, sometimes we just don't have that much.
Up to you, Mayor Brockeneer.
Yeah, through you, Chair. So Mr. Thrasher, can you tell me what width of boulevard we would end up with on Abbott?
Mr. Chairman, we haven't actually gone out to do the survey, but my observation when I drive down that street, just looking at where the pole lines are and things like fire hydrants and the curb stops for the water shutoffs, they appear to be back a significant distance, and the end of things like side yard fences and things, which often indicate where the property lines are. I think the property line on that side of that street is back plenty far enough to provide a sidewalk and a good boulevard.
Okay, thank you, Anita. Councillor Rowden?
And if I may, just add to that, since the high school's amalgamated, and there's a lot more traffic in that area now, that I know that Public Works have had complaints down there in regard to people walking on the street, and it's not safe. So I think this is a safety issue as well as bringing our urban standards up at that particular area. So.
Okay, thank you. Pre-engineering is standard. I just want to be clear to the public. We take a very proactive attitude. We do this each and every year. And if we know there's a project that we can work on through departments that will lead us to grants or funding, it generally puts us in very good stead, because one of the first questions they ask as part of that funding, do you have your pre-engineering drawings done? And our answer is normally yes. So it actually puts us in very good stead. And I find it's a very proactive measure. And I want to be clear, we don't spend the money just to spend it. We only spend it if there's a need in a project. Any questions otherwise? Active transportation is something this council has supported for a significant number of years. It's certainly one of the forecries of the public is to continually expand our active transportation. And you can see we've allotted money in each of the remaining years. And, of course, this will come from federal gas tax. Any questions? Next, we have the Darcy Street improvements. Again, this is coming from the federal gas tax. And Director Thrasher, I'll allow you to make a few comments on this.
Mr. Chairman, this is a project that will involve a public meeting, and this will be an in-house project. Any design or any suggestions for improvements will be made in-house, and staff will be doing them. That's why it's a relatively low number, because we're hoping that the remedies for this the issue, the speeding and the congestion, is going to be a relatively low-cost line painting solution.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just have a question, whoever can answer it. I know we have I'm seeing it's from that request of a crosswalk, that kind of thing that came earlier in the year. But will this possibly stretch up to the railway tracks to consider the request of upgrades because of difficulty with electric scooters and walkers and wheelchairs getting across the railway tracks on Darcy?
Director Thrasher.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the solution to the road issue at the railroad tracks is a much more costly issue. It will involve digging up the existing asphalt and the road base, and also working with the railroad tracks, railroad authorities. But this solution here will go at least to Spencer Street. We'll be able to do line painting if our suggestions are accepted. Put bike lanes and eliminate parking, and do line painting from King to Spencer. And then the issue of accessible transportation, the sidewalk and the road issues, is something that we're going to have to work on separately and work with the railroad authorities.
Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a further question, because one of the options, at least if you live west of Division, once the new connector roads put in, is folks could go down the sidewalk under the railway overpass, and then on the new Darcy Street, which I'm assuming will have a sidewalk and that kind of thing. My question is, I'm visually not knowledgeable enough. Will that Darcy Street road hook up to the existing sidewalks? I'm just not quite, I know it's north of the railway, but is there a sidewalk where Darcy Street, where the Kerr Street, I guess it's called, extension comes out, that will help accessibility?
Mr. Chairman, where the new Kerr Street would come out onto Darcy, there already is a paved shared path there, so the connection would be made. Yes.
Okay, any further questions? Hearing none, I'd like to move on. Midtown Creek Stormwater Management Project has been a very long-term and will continue to be a very long-term, as you can see by the numbers, spreading from 2017 to 2019. There is funding from SCF in a small amount known as the Small Community Fund Project. This year, there's a recommendation for a debenture of $66,667. And you can see it will continue because it has been and continues to be a very long project that we have to address in this town. Mayor Brockenier, would you like to say anything further?
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair Henderson, and I certainly agree that this is it's a safety issue that we have to address because we've had issues in the past with flooding. I'm just a little I was concerned, and because I'm trying to recall when we got the funding from the feds and the province, it was one third, and of course our 1/3. Was there a time limit on that as to when we have to spend that money? Because that was, I'm going back 2 years that we actually got the approval for that funding.
Mr. Director Thrasher or Mr. Davey?
Mr. Chairman, that the timeline for this particular SCF funding actually goes to 2020.
Any other questions? Councillor Round, did you have a question or are you fine?
No, I was just going to mention that we do have Mark Peacock from the Ganarash Conservation that are working very closely with our public works in order to do the engineering for that pond. And I know the tests have been done for the drilling. And I think that we found that everything's okay, and it's like a go-ahead project when we want to budget for it in the near future.
And just for the newer members of our citizens, Coburg have only been here recently. I can't remember how many years ago, but it was amazing. We had a major flood potential, and we had flooding issues all the way from Foodland, Tim Hortons, all the way down. And my answer is, I actually consider bringing my canoe out. It was that extensive, so that's something that we are working because of the built-up environment, the land planning, use planning. We realize we have to resolve this issue so we don't put organizations or businesses or industry or the town of Coburg back into that dilemma because those costs would be rather extensive. Any other questions? Turning the page, we move from page 35 through to 41. Capital projects have been so noted but are not aligned for this year. I'll take any questions if you can tell me which page you'd like to direct me to. Otherwise, we'll move to page 42. Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It is, it's the lights. I have an old printed copy. I made the adjustment. Anyways, it's been moved to 2018, which is the installed camera detection at King and George and Alpin and 3rd. Again, I understand, but it is a shame because the traffic congestion that we get in downtown Coburg, particularly during the summer, is phenomenal. And I think that these detection lights will make efficiencies. And I'm just wondering, is there no other funding, federal gas tax, whatever, that we could move that up this year?
Again, either Director Thrasher or Mr. Davey?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware at the moment of funding, but one thing we are going to do, Councillor McCarthy, did you reference the intersection of George and King? That we are replacing that traffic light cabinet. We're updating it. The existing one could not accommodate these features that you're referencing, but we are replacing it probably within the next few weeks. So if funding does come up sometime through 2017, we will try again. The SCF and OSIF fundings are the second intake right now, and we expect a third, so that's a candidate for that.
Mayor Brockeneer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Henderson. So if I can, page 35, Division Street Gateway Improvements. And so this is an item I see it's pushed out to 2018, and I consider it to be a public safety issue. And I don't know that we need to spend $30,000 this year on it, but I'm just wondering if, because I see with the ice cream shop and the snack bar down there, there are a lot of people gathered around in that one area, sitting on picnic tables and so on, and then you see cars come out of the harbor area at a high rate of speed. So I'm wondering if there is room in our operating budget to put down a temporary speed bump, something that could be removed for winter months, and help control that traffic situation that we're down there with that's results in to me a serious safety issue.
Director Thrasher.
Mr. Chairman, I think the main reason that it was deferred for a year was so that the master plan down there could be completed, and this feature could be incorporated into that plan, because it may involve some permanent features such as planters or things like that. However, your suggestion for a temporary speed bump or something like that could be explored, and we'll study that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on any of those items? If you want, give me a page, otherwise we'll move on. Hearing none, I'll go to page 42, starting with the bucket truck replacement, and you can see it's under vehicle replacement. Any questions? Next, page 43, we have the replace combination snowplow dump truck 6-ton. Again, it's under vehicle replacement. Any questions, comments? CAO?
Yes, maybe the director can address this one.
Mr. Chairman, the CAO is referring to the insurance claim that we expect to go through because this vehicle was lost in the fire. So we've received a quote for this size of vehicle of around $200,000. But I know that the manager had expected to replace it with a somewhat larger and more capable vehicle along the price lines of what you see on the page here. So if we do get the 200 from the insurance, then that still leaves a balance of 90, or I would suggest 100 to purchase a larger truck.
So, listening to your comment, Director Thrasher, would you recommend $100,000 be left in this?
That would be my recommendation.
And could I then ask Councillor Round, would you consider making a motion accordingly?
Yes, I'll move a motion that we put in the budget $100,000 to replace the combination snowplow and dump truck 6-ton.
Okay, I believe the motion is rather clear. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Against? Carried. Moving to page 44, we have a replaced combination snowplow dump truck 3-ton, and again that and other pages I'm flipping through. Pages, 44 through to 46. I'll take any questions because they're scheduled for alternative years. Otherwise, I'll be moving to page 47. Hearing none, I'd like to move to page 47. William Street Pump Station, and perhaps from the CEO you can explain why we're able to take this out of vehicle replacement.
Actually, no, it's not shown as coming from vehicle replacement.
That's what I mean. That has to be withdrawn, correct? Or is it? No, there's no replacement, right? Page 47, I'm just saying, no, there's no, sorry, that's just me, sorry. It sits as a 50,000, and Would the director like to explain why we need this?
Mr. Chairman, the two streets that have subways under the railroad tracks, Division and William Street, have catch basins, if you notice, at the very bottom. So they don't flow by gravity out of those catch basins. The water doesn't. So the water needs to be pumped up. And so the recommendation here is that the generator, the backup generator that would come on during a power outage, for the pumps at William Street be replaced because of the age, and there's a description in the project detail justifying that.
Okay. Well explained. Any other comments, questions? I'd like to move on because next generator is not to 2018, which takes us to page 49 under new pay and display units. Would you like to speak to this?
Mr. Chairman, this project is one that's had a bit of discussion recently, and it says in here the pay and display. I believe that this one references the proposal to install a new pay and display at Donegan. However, during discussions that we've heard at council, there may be a desire to not actually have a parking lot there, but instead come up with a scheme to have paid parking along some of the local streets in that area instead. But either way, they would involve a pay and display machines for payment. So I would suggest leaving the item in there, but the actual location may change as we discuss it further.
And if I could ask just Joanne for note keeping, if we could just make reference to the Donegan Perry Street area for reference. You can see it would involve a public consultation process and for us to look at. And I'd like to let you know that Councillor Darling is the one who suggested we might look at this because of the volume of visitors to our town and a way of allocating more resources to the town of Cobourg through parking, and yet coming up with a mechanism that would be fair to our citizens of Cobourg at the same time, knowing there are everyday taxpayers. So that's how it will be looked at and researched as a report. And the reason 40,000, because each display unit approximately, unless prices have gone up, a ballpark figure about $10,000 each. So depending on the breadth and the width of the area being defined, if we need 4 machines, then that's why you're looking at $40,000. So it's something that will have to be discussed publicly, and of course it will involve homeowners as well. Any further comment or questions? Councillor Rowden?
Yes, you will, Deputy Mayor. And I think that you will notice when the revenue from the parking in the past year or two, since we put in not only parking meters, but the pay and display has increased significantly. So they would pay for themselves in a very short time.
Any other questions? Seeing none, you can see we have meter replacement moving to 2018. If there are not any questions, it takes us back to transit, the audible visual stop announcements. And Mayor Brockenier, I know you've been having some discussions with Port Hope. Is this part of the discussion at all?
Thank you, Chair Henderson. Actually, I haven't had discussions. I have Mayor Sanderson and I have had discussions about getting Port Hope and Cobourg together. So our representative at those discussions has been Mr. Thrasher. So I understand that they have been working on this is one aspect of transit they've been working on and could achieve some reduction in costs for this particular project as a result of that.
Director Thrasher, do you want to comment any further?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yes, staff from the town here, our own Renee Champagne, has been working with her counterpart in Port Hope, Jeanette, on this issue, and there's a report that will be coming forward very soon because they've researched some suppliers of this technology. They've gotten quotations from them, prepared a report, and followed up on reference checks. and it looks as though the price each may come down to around the $15,000 range. So we've got the 2 existing buses plus the new one in the summertime. So it may be that 45 will be more in the ballpark of what we need for this project.
And just a question, would you have that information by Monday or not, or recommendation, do you think?
Yes, I think it will be ready by Monday. It normally would go on a committee agenda, but I can bring forward the information by
Okay,
Monday.
and if you could note that, Deputy Clerk, that would be most helpful in case we have to make a motion Monday night. Turning the page, sorry, page 52, we have what's known as the PTIF program contributions, and the PTIF is known as the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund. I allow the CEO to comment on, because it's a rather new fund, allow him to comment on this.
Yes, as part of the new federal government infrastructure initiative, there were 2 programs that were launched. One was the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund. The other one was the Water Wastewater Infrastructure Fund. This fund, the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund, is a 50% of funding for work that was not already scheduled that moves public transit forward with regards to its service to the public. What we have requested for is early replacement of our wheels bus. It was to be replaced in 2018, but we would move it forward a year. That qualifies, and 10 shelters that we have been having a continual shelter replacement program, 2 shelters per year. This would move that program forward significantly, and also work with regards to scheduling software. This again is part of the initiative working with Port Hope and also working with Community Care, where we would work more efficiently with our HandyTrans service, so that scheduling could be done through a number of organizations, and pickups and drop-offs could be more efficient, so that if another service provider with the appropriate equipment is in the area, they can carry out some of the service, and we would carry out some of the service, so that we're not retracing each other's steps. So this, I think, would be a significant efficiency piece that would not be cost any more money, but allow the system to work much more efficiently.
Okay, thank you for that detailed explanation. And it also has a compounded effect indirectly to page 53, because you'll note we have made a goal of council to do transit shelters each and every year, and the goal we try to accommodate our 2 additional shelters each and every year. So back to the CEO's comments, if it comes to fruition, then we will not need the $15,000 on the other page, because it will be incorporated in this overall PTIF project. So please keep that in mind. Are there any other further questions? Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is this the kind of funding application that we might get a partial amount rather than the requested amount? And if so, is there priority ranking?
CEO.
This funding actually was a little different than other funding that we've seen before. What they did is actually gave us a top number that we could that they would fund to if the project was approved. So I think our window of opportunity was slightly under 400,000, and we didn't feel that we could leverage all that the 400,000, but what you see in this project is under that amount. So we are allocated that amount if the projects are approved for as being qualifying under the program.
Any other questions? I believe that addresses the only question I have outstanding. It could be an addition, I'm not sure. Director Thrasher, you have mentioned to this council that you're going to be looking at some point this year discussions with CN and CP about enhancements of the sidewalk in that area between the tracks. And do you see that when that comes to be, do you see that can be handled within the budget we have, or are you proposing an additional line item for consideration?
We will measure the length of sidewalk that's involved and work out the price, an estimate for it, and it may be that we'll recommend stopping on Abbott if we see that the 100,000 won't go all the way anyway. We may stop, or we may suggest that out of operation we do sidewalk repairs every year, and during our springtime assessment of the needs, we can accommodate the replacement of that section on Darcy Street too. So that's a study that we have to carry out over the winter.
Okay, thank you for that. I believe that ends our public works. I'm looking at the clock. Oh, sorry, Director Thrasher.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just make, someone may have a question as to the status of the Hardin Street Bridge construction project, because it's not on the summary, but it's a carryover, so that funding, the budget for that has already in a sense been approved. The job is going ahead this year.
Okay, thank you for that information. With that being said, I'm looking at the clock because I know we're taking a break at 12 noon. I'd like to thank Council for the progress we've made. We still have about 12 minutes remaining, so with your indulgence, I'd like to go to Commercial and Economic Development, page 95, and then we'll backtrack after lunch, starting with Parks and Recreation. So page 95. The overview page is 95. I'd like to begin on page 96. This is part of the Downtown Revitalization Action Plan. The emphasis is on parking signs, and as you can see also pedestrian wayfinding, location attraction signs as per GSP recommendations, which also incorporates AOTA standards. We've asked for, again, another public consultation because this would be of interest, and it's been ongoing for some time. Mayor Brockner, do you want to speak further to this at all?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Henderson. I think that given the situation that we're in this year, where we need to really cut back a little bit on our expenses, I'd be willing to put forward a motion that we reduce the 40,000 for parking signs to 20,000. We don't need, there are certain things we don't need, the location attraction signs, and I think we can get by with just parking signs and maybe one or two pedestrian signs if we can fit that into the 20,000. But I'd like to see that amount reduced to help offset some other unexpected expenses.
Okay, the motion's before us. Discussion, Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want a clarification from the Mayor then. So will we move the 20,000, the balance to 2018, and that the whole co-reserves be split over 2017 and 2018 as well?
Mayor Brockner.
Yes, we would reduce the whole co by $20,000, obviously, because the expense now is 20,000, not 40,000. And then we would carry that over into 2018, the remainder.
Okay, clarity on the amendment. Any other discussion? Hearing none, calling the vote. All those in favor? Against? Carried. And thank you for noting that, Deputy Clerk. The next page is 97, and it's the tourism and wayfinding, and in those economic development, I know it's also has a piece of parks and recreation and culture. So, Director Huswick, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a small amount that is being proposed. It's not working. Sorry, being proposed to improve signage from the 401 specifically to the CCC in some areas because of the obvious growth of the CCC as a sport tourism destination, and certainly as we transition the tourism staff to the CCC, it becoming
an additional central tourism information center. So some additional signage is required for both of those purposes, and we'd also be looking at some basic enhancements to directional signage for key features in the downtown as well.
Is there any discussion that's taken place, Mr. Davey, since we've made changes to the page prior of, is it possible to take the 10,000 for this out of whole call, knowing that we saved 20,000 from the other page and that will take 10,000 off the municipal levy?
That's certainly an option that council could consider, yes.
Okay, that's just an option. I don't know if council wishes to consider this at this time. CAO?
Yes, my only caution is there's other items that we have to review later on in the budget with regards to use of the reserve.
Yes, I'm aware of that. I just want to put out the options so council can weigh their pros and cons as we move through budget. Hearing silence. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rowden.
Yes, and I'm in favor of that. I think that's a great idea, take it off the tax base. But the question I wanted to ask was, I know that the Todd signs on the 401 are quite important to a lot of people that travel it. And do we have our CC Center advertised at that level?
Director Thrasher or Director Huswick?
Through you, Mr. Chair, those are certainly areas that we are looking at. I can't recall whether the CCC's actually listed, but I don't believe so. But those signs are certainly an area that we are looking at, and there was some delay because of construction, but that's part of the review process for sure.
And just to make you aware, Councillor Rowden, I checked out the Todd signage, and I should have such a monopoly. The signs are very controlled. There's no flexibility in negotiation. It's a very high set price. They'll tell you what you get and what you don't get, and the problem is it's an annual fee. So in one end, you have to balance how much tourism is it gaining versus what's the cost to maintain it all. And I know we have looked at that over a number of years. We keep weighing the pros and cons. But believe me when I tell you, it is a monopoly, and there is no room for flexibility or debate with the ministry. It's a set price. You either pay the price and get it, or you don't get it, and it's removed. So I'll leave that to Director Huswick and the CEO to perhaps inform council later what that whole package may look like, because it's just an interesting project. Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. A question to Councillor Rowden in terms of supporting the 10,000 to come from Holdco. Could we come back to that later? Are we allowed to do that? Because of my interest in seeing the use of Holdco in the complete budget.
I think your point is very valid, and I appreciate the CEO's comment because I know what's coming as we get to the other parts of the budget. So I would ask if, Mr. Clerk, if you could just put that in maybe another side or in brackets. Not that we're going to do anything with it right now, but just so we don't lose presence based on Councillor McCarthy's point, once we look at the entire budget. I believe, Mayor Brockenier?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Henderson. So just an information item, a note on highway signage. So Mr. Thrasher and myself have been working with the county, through the county, with MTO to get the signs corrected so they're more accurate and reflect what is taking place in Cobourg. So you will see in the near future when they're finished with that whole intersection and construction there will be signs saying Division Street, Division Street downtown Cobourg, or business section. I'm not sure which one we ended up getting, but there will be improved signage directing people to the downtown Cobourg area.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to thank everybody for your indulgence this morning. I'm roughly 3 minutes ahead of schedule for our break. I'm certainly going to take it at this time. When we return at 12:30, we'll start to deal with Parks and Recreation summary on page 54 in the capital budget. And if there are any further questions, I believe I can call for a lunch break. I don't need a seconder, do I? Just Thank you. Parks and Recreation Summary Capital Budgets. Page 54, 55 is the overview, and we'll be starting directly on page 56, known as Low Impact Open Space Trails. And we'll be proceeding for members of the media or the public. You'll note in the icon package, it's under Parks and Rec. We created our own title called Promenade. It's not within our budget, but a helpful title. Then Marina, Coburg Community Center, followed by Concert Hall. So all those aspects now have been placed under Parks and Recreation Division, which is its own separate division now. This is new for our budget, and of course we have a new director that many of you know, and that's Director Huswick. So starting with low impact open space trails, the amount is towards Cooey Park, and as we know at Council, that's the newest park that's under future development near Tremaine and King. Are there any further questions? Next park development is Daintree, and we knew that Daintree came to this council by way of a citizen presentation to Mayor Brocknier and council, asking for that eventually to become more of a park or parkette over time. And you can see we've allocated money towards that through Parkland Reserve. Any questions? Seeing none, we have a backhoe, and you can see it's needs to be replacement since 2007. I can only tell you, I know they are used extensively, almost it seems every day in some manner, shape, or way. It's out of vehicle replacement. Any questions? Seeing none, we now have an arborist truck. Director Huswick, can you just supply some details on this? We know it's a 08, but are there more details than about the truck?
Mr. Chair, I don't have specific mileage with me, but it is, according to the bylaw requirements, it is simply the regular replacement of that vehicle, and it's been determined that replacement is required. Okay. All right. Thank you. Any questions?
Then we have a manager's truck. I guess the only question I had on this, I know it's vehicle replacement. This is my lack of knowledge. I apologize. Does a manager's truck have to be a same kind of equivalent truck as other trucks for those of our employees, or could it be more of a working towards a hybrid, or what we've done in by law enforcement, you know, where we've got them a slightly smaller vehicle but hybrid or more electrical? Is there any direction towards that at all, Director Huswick, or is this typically a truck that could be used for workers as well?
Mr. Chair, those are very good comments, and we have started discussions about alternative options. We have done some very preliminary review of hybrid or electric vehicles. So, you know, the town has moved in that direction, some departments, and we're going to very much be looking at that as part of this. So in terms of costs, I know there are some options that are around the $50,000 amount, but there will be other options that we look at that may be much less. So we will look at the full range and certainly be discussing that internally with directors as well.
And my only subsequent question, if I may, I don't know this part either, I apologize. With our new joint facility, do we have anything on the books for future electrical hookups on that site whatsoever, or is that something that Lucy looks after, or?
Mr. Chairman, we don't have any any recharging stations at the moment, but there's a very, very robust electrical service into that building, so I'm sure that could be added in future.
Thank you for those comments. Any others? Seeing none, we're to James Colburn Park. I just like to make council aware this has been on the books for 2 years running. We have a Canada 150 funding. And part of this is our discussion with the Cobourg Soccer Association. So I believe it has to be addressed by the end of this year for us to access that funding of $90,000. Any other questions? Legion Fields building improvements, and that's for the building itself. Any questions? Playground equipment is something that we try to do most years, if not every year. It's recommended from staff strongly that you can see the Ballantyne Street Park, which is Morley Cane. It really is not meeting AOTA standards, and we certainly don't want any playgrounds not meeting AOTA or C at the level we're at, because if we ever had an injury, it would result in huge liabilities. And they feel it's really maximized its life cycle, so that's why it's recommended that that be replaced this year. And you can see it's out of Parkland Reserve. And if people are wondering where that is, the Ballantyne Street Park or Morley Cane is right behind the Salvation Army on Ballantyne Street. Any questions? Diamond upgrade, and the reason for this is an additional money to what council has spent previously, and the rationale for this is I know the Legion Field is delighted because they've received a provincial endeavor in the spring, and Director Huswick, can you remind me what that provincial championship is that's coming to Cobourg?
I knew you were going to ask that. I believe it's over 16. I'd have to get back to you on that precisely, but it is a national championship. I just can't recall the specific.
Yeah, I think it's August National over 16-year-olds, so that's a real bonus for town of Cobourg. We have the waterfront master plan noted. Oh, sorry, there was a hand. Sorry, Mayor Brockeneer.
Yeah, if I can, Chair, before we leave the diamond upgrade clay for Legion Fields. So last year, there were a number of complaints about how there were soft spots throughout that diamond. As a matter of fact, one of the ball players, she actually stepped in a soft spot and broke her leg. We never got, we were never sued over it because just because of the individual the way she is. I just want to make sure that this is going to correct that problem, that we will be eliminating any potential soft spots on those diamonds as a result of this upgrade.
Director Huswick.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Internally, we've certainly made a commitment to improving the quality of all of our facilities, and certainly the playing fields are included in that. So the Legion Field specifically, there was upgrades done this past fall. The amount that we're requesting here is to complete that. So we're certainly wanting to bring the level of quality and safety up to a certain class standard. And Donegan, we want to do the same with. So these are new funds to also address Donegan, because I understand in years gone by the quality of the fields used to be significantly higher, and we want to get back to that level of quality.
Okay, any other questions? I'd like to move on to page 65, Waterfront Master Plan. Director Huswick, if I could have you speak to this.
Certainly, thank you, Mr. Chair. So as you know, last fall, Council approved sort of what we propose as the first phase of implementation of the Parks Master Plan, specifically a user needs assessment and detailed design for the waterfront. And we've issued an RFP. We're in the final phase of developing a report that will come to Council very shortly with a recommendation on selecting the consultant that will begin that work. And the intention is looking at all the previous plans that have been done, engaging very thoroughly the users of the waterfront throughout the community, and then ultimately developing a comprehensive waterfront plan with detailed designs and construction schedule over a number of years. And of this 145,000, 45,000 was a carry forward from last year, and we're asking for another 100,000. Now the RFP upset limit was 75,000, which we're very pleased with the submissions. However, there may be additional work that comes out of that, and certainly there's been some indication with the consultants, because honestly, the 75 is a very reasonable amount for a great deal of work that was expected. So there's additional funds there to cover off ancillary work that is expected to come out of that process.
The only question I had when we get through this, it says public consultation process, and there's a no on my sheet. Should that be a yes?
Yes, Mr. Chair. In terms of, I mean, the process itself is very much a consultation process. So, yeah.
Any other questions? Hearing none, we're the accessible beach mat extension, and just for the public, we know council provided a beach mat last year in budget, was well received by the community. This just is a bit more mat to make it further to the water edge, and it's just an addition to what we've already done, and again, we know it was well received. Questions otherwise? Next, we have tennis court improvements. It's something that we've attempted to do to upgrade the tennis courts over a number of years. We started this process last year. Director Huswick is well aware that the tennis club has indicated for director to look at windscreens, if that something can be done in the future. So just to note that. Otherwise, are there any questions? Seeing none, we're moving into the 6 foot more. Again, it speaks for itself because we use moors again all the time. Any questions? Next, I apologize, we're flipping here. We have pages 69 through to 77. Items have been allocated for alternative years. If there are any direct questions from council, I'll certainly entertain them. Otherwise, we'll be moving to page 78. CAO.
If I may, Mr. Chair, we've discussed this with the director, and we're suggesting on this particular capital account that we do some repair work this year and hold off on replacement work, and that this work could be done for $25,000.
Okay, and that's the paver stone replacement walkway, page 78, correct? Mayor Brockner?
Yes, Chair Henderson, I'd like to make a motion on that we reduce the planned $50,000 for the waterfront walkway upgrade and maintenance from $50,000 to $25,000 for a savings of $25,000 on the whole coal reserves.
Okay, I believe the motion on the floor is clear. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Against? Carried. We then move to page 79. We have the East Pier sinkhole repairs. This is something we do each and every year. It's a standard process to ensure that it remains safe and usable. I'll take any questions on page 80 or 81. If there aren't any, then of course I would move directly to page 82. Hearing none, page 82. is the canteen and pro shop renovations. I believe it's detailed and allocated appropriately. This was passed by a motion of council, and of course it was to enhance the canteen services for many of the large events that we're now having at the CCC, and an effort to maintain and enhance the pro shop renovations, which provides a wonderful service to those using the CCC. Any questions? Mayor Brockeneer.
Thanks, Chair Henderson. So not a question, just a comment, because in the format for our capital budget, there's always a section that says effects on future operating budgets, although it's never filled out. I'd just like to comment that this is going to have a positive effect on the future operating budget for the CCC, because it in fact is going to generate more revenue for the CCC, therefore reducing our future operating costs. So the expectation is if we're netting $40,000 now with a small canteen, then when we go to 2 points of service plus a wider variety of offerings, that we should be able to, in our future operating, show an additional $30,000 of revenue. That's my expectation, and so then it becomes a self-paying project.
Again, good comments. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'd like to proceed to the new Samboni. Just a qualifier here. A number of years ago, we attempted to move into the electric field to be more environmental friendly, for a better word, and maybe reduction of costs. But what we found out over time in the usage of that Samboni, it can't maintain its surface, and it can't be charged significantly, so by the end of the day, it can't do any ice surface, which is really self-defeating when we're holding major activities. For that reason, I give credit to Mr. Harry Jeske, who worked with the Samboni company to do a trade-in. And you can see he was very successful, because normally for trade-ins we don't get much, but in this case they offered $82,500, which is rather significant. This will enable us to get back into the field of having a Samboni that will run, be effective, not lose its energy, and we've found out in the long run it really is a far more efficient vehicle. So that's the rationale behind, especially with our major tournaments coming up, such as the RBC Cup. We can't have a Samboni that's not going to function by the end of the day. Are there any questions? Hearing none, Director Huswick, I'll allow you to speak to the replace galvanized piping mechanical room.
Mr. Chair, that is actually stemming from a manufacturer's recommendation. The current piping is susceptible to corrosion and potential breaks, and the recommendation is that it needs to be replaced with different piping and valves, and so this is the estimated cost to complete that. So it's an operational requirement and a health and safety matter.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Takes us to the laser level for ice resurfacing. I'm aware of this component because I know that there's an organization of Port Hope that has it. It's a private organization, and over time it literally paid for itself in the reduction of energy, water, and ice maintenance usage. However, I'm going to ask Council's consideration. Maybe we can just note this at this time, because I know later in the budget we may be looking for additional dollars from Holco or Northam, and I'm just wondering if it's something that could be looked at again when we look at the overall budget, in case we may be searching for additional dollars. And the reason I'm asking your consideration in this, because this would be a lovely thing to have, and I know over probably a 3-year period it would pick up its payable costs. But I'm just wondering, I'm not sure where we're going to be by later this afternoon. So I'll leave that for your thought process. And Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just would like clarification on, as it stands now, is the intent to put money aside this year, balance next year, and purchase it next year?
Director Huswick.
The laser level is intended to install it on one Zamboni this year, and there's a reduced cost for the other Zamboni for next year.
Any further questions? Okay, at this point then it will remain, because I'm not hearing anything from the floor. We have remaining pages. I'll take any questions, comments. Otherwise, they're all scheduled for alternate years. Councillor McCarthy?
Clarification, if you don't mind, Deputy Mayor. My understanding with the consideration was that it be noted in the sheet that the town clerk's making that the northern funding for 33,000 be looked at as a potential cut. So I'm assuming that's taking place. We don't need a motion now. Right. Okay.
Yeah, right now I'm only asking for the this year, which would be 20,000. I believe that ends our Parks and Rec, and it moves us into Culture and Community, page 89. And just again, for those in the media or the gallery, this Culture and Community is now, most of it certainly under Parks and Recreation Director Huswick. We'll start on page 90. It's LED lighting upgrade, and I think that speaks for itself. We've, as a council, have been making a lot of LED upgrades because we know we get far more efficient lighting and far more effective on the dollar because they're just a new era. Any questions? Dimmer modules, I'm for once going to defend dimmer modules. This is now my 6th year on council, and for 6 years we've been delaying dimmer modules, asked them to have patience. The explanation is there for you. You can see that they have applied for a heritage cultural, it's called Spaces Funding Grant, that we're awaiting to hear. And we're hoping to get that in that amount, and it would be based on receiving that fund. Are there any questions? The kitchen expansion is not till 2019, so unless there's direct questions, I'll just move on that. And it takes us to the page 93, Christmas Magic Storage Trailer. And at first I thought of a trailer or as a very small thing or like a little hut kind of thing, but I've come in discussions that you'll note in your icon we put in a description. It looks like a 53-foot trailer, and that's basically what they're going to require, even though it's a used one, to store the material. And you can see after 21 years our other one's just lost its legs. I think it's self-explanatory. Are there any questions? The Victoria Hall exterior illumination, again, it won't be dealt with till 2018, but just for Director Huswick, I know Council would like to see, I'm not going to make a motion, but I think Council would like to see a report on this come back, because our sense is it will be far greater than 25,000, but it's something I think we're going to have to eventually deal with, because I know the illumination out front of Victoria Hall is ending its life cycle. It's been here from the beginning. So just if you can make note of that, I know we would appreciate it. Any other questions? If I'm not mistaken, I believe that ends all capital budget items presented. At this point, are there any capital budget items that were not announced at the beginning that might like to be put on the floor at this time? From any director or Director Huswick?
Mr. Chair, I would like to put 3 additional potential items in front of the committee for consideration that have recently been identified through our ongoing review of the provisional budget and operational needs. One is related to the marina. As you probably all know, we had a problem with FDOC over the last few weeks where one of the fingers started to sink, and we actually had that section of the dock pulled out and inspected, and it was actually built in 1991, so it's one of the older pieces. There has been deterioration with the flotation device, with corrosion, and so that will have to be either repaired or replaced, but later towards the spring we'll do a full assessment of that, but it is recommended by our manager that we include approximately $10,000 in the operating budget for this year for the marina in the event that those funds are required. Certainly some repairs, if not a full replacement of the flotation apparatus, would be required. And of course there wouldn't be a net impact on the budget because that would simply reduce the transfers from the marina operations to either reserve or other operating requirements. So that's one. The other one is related to a bequest made by Leighton Dodge a number of years ago, and that was, my understanding, was specific to sun shelters at Legion Fields. And we had done some procurement work on that last year. The actual cost had come out, I believe, at about $23,000, but before finalizing agreement with the vendor, the cost had actually gone up closer to $30,000. So the intention would be to reprocure that this year. There is no line item currently in the budget, but those funds are, from what I understand, in reserve, so I would suggest that we add a budget line item. However, it would probably need closer to $25,000, possibly even $30,000 to complete that, but at this point, perhaps $25,000. So that would be an additional $5,000 over and above the reserve amount. And then the final item for your consideration is related to the actually that's operating. I might as well mention it now. The lifeguard stations, I think, is covered under the operating costs. However, those are aging. There's $12,000 included for replacement of the 4 lifeguard stations. However, at a staff level, we've looked at some more innovative and creative solutions rather than the very basic and traditional structures that are there now. And we've looked at some that have been designed in other communities that are extremely innovative, colorful, and very versatile in terms of use, not just being able to provide full protection from the elements for the lifeguards, but also potential use for officiating and organizing for events and other purposes. Those have been estimated based on what other communities have done at $10,000 each, and there's about $1,500 design cost. So we have an option of, if we pursue that type of structure, we could do one this year for the $12,000, or with another, say, $12,000 to $13,000, we could do 2 this year and then potentially 2 the following year. But I think those would be wonderful additions to the beach and make them much more functional structures for the waterfront.
Okay, thank you. If I was listening carefully, item 1 and 3 would fall under operational, so I think we can revisit your endeavors at that time we get into operationals. And I believe the second one, which related to Leighton Dodge, where he left a small sum of money to be allocated for a particular purpose, which was the sun shelters. I just want to be clear on that. I know how much he's left, and how much are you saying would be the balance remaining that you might ask? And would that come out of Parkland Reserve? Or just can we get clarity on that one?
The estimate would be based on the procurement. I think it came in around $23,000 last time, but then before finalizing the discussions with the vendor, the price had gone up to $30,000. So splitting it sort of down the middle, once we reprocure it, I would expect it to come in somewhere probably around $25,000. So that would be an additional $5,000 over and above the reserve amount.
Okay, so are you asking for the 5 or the 10? Just to leave some wiggle room, because we know those things can go all over the place, especially with when you have to solidify it and put in the
10 would be safer.
Okay, so the recommendation then, or the motion that will come from someone on the floor, is to obviously use combination of the Leighton Dodge allocation in combination with an additional $10,000. And do you see that coming, or CEO or Mr. Davey at all from Parkland for that remaining 10 CAO?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The Parkland Reserve would be available for that if there's money in the Parkland Reserve, and the question could be answered by the Treasurer.
Mr. Davey?
Deputy Mayor, at this point in time, it looks like the Parkland Reserve Fund has been pretty well exhausted with the capital projects that are already on the books, unfortunately. So, unless there's some new money coming in, I think that source of funding is not available.
Okay, thank you for that. Someone in the floor would like to make a motion to that effect. And the reason I'm asking, because I know that Leighton left this with the hope that it would be used in a reasonable time. I know some time has passed since his passing, and I know that the ballparks are really anxious to have this become part of their. So, Mayor Brockeneer.
Thank you, Chair Henderson. Yes, knowing Leighton Dodge as well as I did, and knowing his passion for baseball, also his pride in Legion Fields, I'm putting forward a motion that we add $10,000 to the amount that he bequeathed so that we can complete that project for Legion Fields.
And I believe it will be defined as the sun shelter, or whatever the term they would use.
It is sun shelter. If I may, Deputy Chair Henderson, I thought the original bequeath from Leighton was for an upgrade of the playing surface, and then we at that time we decided to use it for something else. But regardless, the money that he bequeathed will be used in Legion Field as he had wished.
Okay, thank you. Any clarification on the motion? I believe it's clear. All those in favor? Against? Carried. And again, when I get to operational, perhaps you can remind us, Director Huswick, about those 2 items. With that being said, it takes us now to the table of contents, back to page 1, which is operating budget summary. So starting on page 1, I'll get my computer to change as well. Okay, for council's reference, we had Cobourg Police Services here this morning, You can see their net operating is 1.4. Presently, the total for municipal levy is at 2.5. The impact of new assessment growth is 0.9, and I'll speak to that in a moment. And the impact on prior existing assessment right now was scheduled at 1.6. So I just want to make council aware we have a discrepancy that we're trying to address. We will hopefully address it today or certainly by Monday. When we contacted Impact, they indicated strongly that our new assessment growth impact is 0.9, and yet our own records indicate we could be closer to 1.5. So we've asked for information as why such a discrepancy, because obviously it will impact our budget accordingly. So I'd like council to be aware of that. On the next page, on page 2, oh, Mr. Davey, I apologize.
Yeah, yes, Deputy Mayor, I just wanted to make a reference while we're on page 1 again. For several years now, we have shown the budget in the 3-year format, where we have a 2018 and 2019 forecast. And I just want to remind council that when you look at the line that says total for municipal levy, and you see it going from 22,652,000 up to 25 million basically for the next 2 years, 18 and 19. The main reason for that, and you'll see it when you get to page 2, is that when we do the capital forecast for those next 2 years, we don't include in there all the various sources of revenue or funding from reserves and from new borrowing and those sorts of things. So you'll see that the capital levy jumps from 345,000 to like 1.9 million or something in those next 2 years, because we haven't shown those other sources of funding from reserves and that sort of thing, which we will come to when we get to 2018 and 2019 and doing the budget. So again, it's just a heads up that doesn't mean that the tax levies are going to go up by those amounts in future years. Just to be aware of that comment.
Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you. I know our summary pages tend not to have notes, but I'm wondering if that could be considered, or just even under forecast to say gross, because it is misleading, and invariably the public does start thinking, oh my gosh, our taxes are going to go up, when in fact it is just simply missing some information. Is there some way of noting that?
Mayor Brockenier, I'll take your question first, and then we'll get back to Councilor McCarthy's question.
Thank you, Chair Henderson. I was thinking along the same lines, because last year, if you recall, when we moved a significant amount of money from the 2000 capital budget to the 2017 capital budget, we had a certain group that were telling people around town to be prepared for a 20% increase next year, which was a totally false claim. And I don't want to set ourselves up for failure again. So I guess my question is it possible to put in the 2018 and 2019 forecast projected revenues, which would be keep us more in line with the incremental increases we have been experiencing?
Mr. Davey or CAO?
The issue there becomes it's really a guessing game at this point to try and predict what sources of funding, both in terms of federal and provincial grants that might be available, and also where our reserve positions might be to have funding available. So it would be, theoretically, it would be possible. I think the issue is that we're showing the capital forecast on the basis of these are the projects that are on the horizon, so people are aware of what's being considered. And it's just, I'm not sure if it might be better just in the Deputy Mayor's covering letter or something like that, where to just explain it to people so they're aware of it.
Well, I can certainly note that for next year. I'll admit I didn't put it in for this year, so I'll make note of that to make those highlights in my letter for next year, and we'll try to qualify that as we move through. On page, Deputy Mayor? Mayor?
Yeah, so Deputy Mayor, maybe what you could do is when we officially pass the budget, in regular council, you could make some sort of public statement at that time. I think it would be important to do that.
Absolutely, I can. Any other questions? Moving to page 2, it's certainly an overview of our different departments on net expenditures. Of course, depending on how we deal with this budget, those numbers may change, and so we'll certainly come back to that as our guiding format. Next, page 3 is the revenue summary, and I believe Mr. Davey wants to speak about tax cancellations.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. What has come to light since this budget was put together back in December is that we've had 3 very significant assessment review board decisions come through that unfortunately affect 3 large properties and multiple years on those properties. So what we have been able to determine as of about a week ago was that the tax cancellations, in addition to what we have here of the $225,000, we're going to need a projected $575,000 additional dollars to cover off those assessment review board decisions and tax rebates coming out in the next few weeks that we have to process. So my suggestion to council is that we would need that third line on that page 3 that says tax cancellations. We need that to read more like 800,000, unfortunately.
And as Mr. Davey indicated, both for council's information, I want to be clear in this. We did not have any of this information delivered to us at any time during the budget process. It only got delivered to us in the last few days, and this is something that's been dealt with over a number of years. Mr. Davis seen either 4 years, 6 years at a time. We just got the notice, and as you know, once we get the notice, then we have to deal with the notice. So that's Mayor Brocken, you'd be making a motion to that effect?
Absolutely. I'll make the motion that we change the tax cancellation figure of $225,000 on pages 3, 4, and 5 to $800,000, representing an increase of $575,000.
Any further discussion on the motion? Councillor McCarthy, do you have a question?
Yes, if you don't mind. I thought we were going up to 800,000 on that line. Oh, okay. Okay. Which wipes out our total revenue at the bottom. Right.
Absolutely. Unfortunately. The motion is clear on the floor. Any further discussion? Calling the vote. All those in favor? Against? Carried. And thank you for bringing that to our attention. Even though it's not a good news story, Mr. Davey, sometimes you have to deliver even bad news. Mayor Brocken.
Just, if I can, Chair Henderson, just following up on Mr. Davies' remarks about the tax rebate that we have to give in the amount of $600,000. With the lower assessment, it's also going to affect our projected tax and taxation revenue. And do we need to make an adjustment on the revenue line as well, Mr. Davey? Because we're probably going to get $150,000 less than we had expected out of those 3 properties.
Mr. Davey?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to your worship, I think we will be sufficient with that write-off amount to be able to cover the 2017 as well. I guess it would also be appropriate at this point to suggest that the alternative method of funding for that $575,000 that we've just added to the budget. So we need to fund that somehow, which is one of the reasons that we've been alluding to the fact that we needed to watch what we were taking out of the holdco reserve. So again, based on looking at the reserves, my suggestion to council would be to make that $575,000 up with a transfer from Northam Reserve of $200,000 and a transfer from the holdco reserve of $375,000 to cover off that amount of money. The Northam, the $200,000, is not unprecedented to do that. We did that for several years in the past when we were trying to cover off the tax write-off that we were going to sustain from the tannery property. And so this is really just going back to that model as well.
Mayor Brocken.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So just again following up on Mr. Davies' comment, I think that we should wait until we get to page 42 when we can make that adjustment there, because I noticed there's quite a few people taking notes, and that would be the appropriate place to put that note.
I concur. Councillor Round.
So this amount that's been 800,000 that you're talking about, is that not included in the 2016, but we have to put it in the 2017 budget? Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Davey.
Well, in terms of an accounting write-off, we will have to accrue for that at the end of our 2016 fiscal year, because it is like a bad debt, if you will, on the books. But in terms of funding it, we will need to fund it in our 2017 fiscal year, because that's when the refund is actually going to take place.
Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to Mr. Davey. And just a clarification on the point made earlier by the Mayor about, I understand we have enough to cover off this year, but in 18 and 19, should that number be adjusted at this point? Or will we have to, that'll be the number? Okay. In other words, we're paying off a debt that was accumulated through a reassessment over several years, and it's done. Okay.
That's absolutely correct.
Yeah, if I might just elaborate, what happens with a lot of these large tax assessment appeals is that obviously it takes several years for them to work their way through the system. And so to protect the taxpayers, what they will do is each successive year in a reassessment cycle will be protected as the assessment is appealed. So in the case of one property, it covered the 4-year cycle from 2009 through 2012. And then again, the 13, 14, 15, 16, so it covered 8 years, and the other two properties, it just covered the last 4 years. So that's what makes it such a big number all at once.
Mayor Brocken here.
Thank you, Chair Henderson. Just for Council's information, in my discussions with the CAO at the county level, she has advised me that this is not unique to Cobourg. It's happening county-wide with all commercial properties.
Okay, any other discussion? I think we've made points. We're clear on the rationale, and I think we'll move, and then we'll certainly have to come back to this to address the issue. If I move to page 4, just an information item that I believe Council's aware of. The OMPF, as you can see, is a fund that we get through municipalities in Ontario, but it is on a slight decline if you look towards 2019. So just that is something that is for your information. Mayor Brockner's already announced about the tax cancellation, and those numbers would be adjusted accordingly over the number of pages. You can see on page 6, other grants in lieu of, not large by any means. You can also see on page 8, provincial grants in lieu, again, not large in any means. Been very standard. Some of them have not changed over 20 or 30 years. On page 9, I've already spoke about the OMPF, and it's on a slight decline over the years. Just to tell you what kind of decline, back in 2007, we received 442,000, and of course by 2017 it's down to 93.5. So The other revenues speak for themselves. They're minor. I think they're self-explanatory. And if there aren't any questions, that should take us over to general government. On page 12, which is the overview sheet, which you can always come back to. At this point, we have page 13 in reference to council. Mr. Larmer, if we do have questions, are you able to answer any at this time, or not really at this point because of just the quick turnaround of what's happened? Okay, thank you. Perhaps Mayor Braconier, I don't know if you wish to speak to the Mayor 150th project or want to hold. I'll leave that with your discretion.
If possible, Mr. Chair, I'd like to not comment on that because it is a project that we have not publicized yet, but it's one that's very active. We have a committee working on it.
Thank you.
But I would like to, on this page, make a suggestion that under special project, council chamber gallery chairs, one of the things that I've been observing since we've gone to live streaming is our audience is getting smaller and smaller all the time. If you even compare the budget meeting last year to this year, you'll see that it is, the public attendance has almost disappeared except for John Draper. So I'm not sure that we need to spend $4,000 on chairs this year, when in fact we could make do with what we have. And if we're going to have a meeting where we expect a lot of people, just do what we did last night, where put those chairs in. If we're going to purchase any chair, leave any one improved chair here, we might do it for Mr. Draper, since he's here at every meeting. So I'm just for purpose of discussion, I'm going to put it on the floor that we defer the $4,000 for the council chamber gallery chairs.
Okay, I think that's a motion. Councillor Rowden?
I was just going to ask, when I look at those are better and newer chairs than what we had 2 or 3 years ago, are they not, that are there now? They're borrowed trees. Okay. And
so we still have the motion on the floor at this point to see where we may go to defer or remove at this point the $4,000 for chairs. Any other discussion? Calling the vote. All those in favor? Against? Carried. Thank you for that, Mayor Braconier. Are there any other questions regarding council? And just for information purposes, not directly to the budget, last night we had a council vacancy, and we're able, through a very distinct and deliberate process, Suzanne Seguin, who I'm still working at the end of Seguin, was nominated to be our new councillor. And just for your information, she will be sworn in officially this coming Monday, January 30th, and then effectively, as that meeting will fulfill and join us as a member of Cobourg Council. Mayor Braconier?
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Henderson, Chair. So Monday night is a special night in Cobourg. It is the opening of the curling championships, and so that event, the VIP event, runs from 5 p.m. to 6:30, and then the opening ceremonies don't start until 7. I guess what that means is I'm going to be, they've asked me to stay there for the opening ceremonies, and I don't know whether we defer the start of the council meeting or whether you will just take the chair until I get here. But that just came to my mind.
I'm open to any recommendation, because what you might suggest.
And I do believe that we would have to make a special advertisement, would we not, for the change of time? So in taking that into consideration, then you can open the meeting. Unfortunately, I'll miss the swearing in of our new council member, but I will get here eventually.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCarthy?
I would like to support delaying starting council to 7:30 p.m. and that special notice be sent out. Is that possible? For a number of reasons. First of all, this is a major event coming to town. I don't think we can miss, and the mayor will want to be there. I'm sure the deputy mayor will want to be there. I'm getting here on train, and none of us want to miss the swearing in. I think we can look at that. Am I breaking a procedural bylaw of any sort? Not yet? Okay, so do I need to put a motion on the floor? Thank you, Kara.
Hello. Well, I wholeheartedly support all of council's support of the curling. I am concerned about our public notice policy. It is a 2-week policy where we do need to have notice in the paper for 2 weeks before any public meeting. Now, I'm looking at my colleague Brent as regarding that. It is not a change of meetings, but it is a change of time, so that it does make me question that process.
Mr. Larmer, can you assist us on this one?
Yes, I believe we can delay the meeting for half hour. Put up public notice today as well.
Okay.
And Mayor Brockner, just from your perspective, when were you told the opening ceremonies would be?
I was told the opening ceremonies are at 7 o'clock.
Okay, and I know they'll go a minimum of 30 minutes. There's no way we're going to get back here by 7:30. Could we start at 8, knowing is that possible?
I can do whatever you want. What I'll do is I'll commission an advertisement in the paper probably for Thursday, and it might be safe. I know for the curling's sake, it's going to have to be quite quick because the teams need to get going. So we'll play it safe, say 8 o'clock, and I'll advertise that accordingly.
And Mr. Larmer, do you need any kind of motion from this council for that, or is that something you can do under your directive? Mayor Brockner?
Yeah, just one final comment, Chair Henderson. So, Kara, would you confirm, because in my calendar it says the opening ceremonies are 7, would you confirm that that's correct?
I will.
Before we make an announcement?
Yeah, I believe that the Curl-On did send an updated schedule to the committee last night, but I will double check and I will let you all know.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, thank you for your presence. That takes us back to where we are, and yes, we had approval on the chair, so that moves us to page 16, administrative CAO. Any questions? Hearing none takes us to page 19, Administrative Communication Department. And if I could just ask Mr. Davey or CO if they'd like to speak to about the software maintenance and the web update.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think I can address that. The software maintenance is for the annual maintenance costs of the web system, and also we are looking at phase 2 of the web work, which will start adding features to the web, and stay tuned for that, and our communications department will be coming to council to indicate what those changes will be.
Any further questions? Mayor Brockner.
Thank you, Chair. So I understand the software maintenance 16.2 is going to be an ongoing charge, but I was also looking further down the page to a special web project, the web update for a further $15,000. So is that over and above the maintenance? So we're going to spend $15,000 this year, $30,000 in 2018, $30,000 in 2019 for updates?
I'll allow CEO or Mr. Davey to speak to that.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I know our communications officer will be at the microphone fairly soon here, but when I addressed it, I addressed both items. So you're correct. There are two items. The software maintenance is the 16.2, and the web update is the 15. Now we will be coming to council with a full program on the update, and those numbers in 2018-19 will be further refined.
And Kara, would you like to comment as well?
I think CAO Peacock's already responded. The $16,000 would obviously go towards our annual fees for the website, such as the hosting fee and servicing fees, and different programs that we have ongoing. And what we have suggested this year is kind of further improvement of the website. We're constantly trying to improve it so it's user-friendly. a number of the departments and I have spoken about some cool new features that we'd like to add, as well as kind of coordinating with some of our other resources. So we've proposed $15,000 moving forward that will allow us to kind of have some further improvements.
Mr. Davey?
Yes, Deputy Mayor. Just a reminder, too, that in the $16,000 under the software maintenance, half of that, or $8,000, is for the iCompass for the video manager for the webcasting of the council meetings. So that'll be an ongoing cost, that $8,000. Last year that was covered off in the capital budget. So.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, I'd like to move to the Clerk's Department, page 22. Hearing none, page 24 continues with the Clerk's Department. And just to make known, we do have an agreement, contracts with the archive with the county, and we also have an archive rental with the Cobourg Public Library, and that's an ongoing agreement that we signed a number of years ago when it moved from being handled by Community Group, who dissolved, to ensure our archives are maintained, obviously, at the highest standard. Any questions? Next, we go to finance, starting on page 29. It continues on to page 30. If there are any questions. The one area we're looking at, and we'll know once we hear more about Bill 68, which is called Modernizing the Legislative Act, we spend considerable money in postage because the Act states right now that they must be mailed out to independent owners, and it must go by postage and courier. And you can see it's a very expensive item. The word on the market is this new bill will give more latitude to municipalities to make other decisions, such as maybe e-billing and other more favorable electronic manners. And our hope is over time, if we're given this flexibility, we can still address the public need and save some dollars. Are there any questions on this page? It takes us now to information technologies. Are there any questions, comments on the floor? $34. And while we're waiting for council, perhaps Mr. Davey or CEO, if you'd like to speak to the new items. That would be fiber switch and the window update server.
I will do my best. The fiber switch, my understanding is this is a switch that will allow essentially more traffic into the town hall to widen the bandwidth for. I see a nodding from Aaron, and I think that's good news because I think he knows what this is all about. In that allow more traffic bandwidth into the town of Cobourg, into our building. The second item, which is a Windows update server, and I think that's fairly self-explanatory. That's the update of the Windows for our servers.
Okay, thank you. The only question I had, and I don't know if it's a typo or just an explanation, under telephone and answering service, we have what I considered a fair allotment of $2,500, and then it's gone to over $25,000. And when I read the rationale, it said cell phone costs for 2 staff, which does not somehow comply with me. I'm not understanding that. So is it just a typo, or is there another explanation?
Deputy Mayor, what you'll recall happened in 2016 was that we did go through a changeover with all of our cell phones from Rogers to TELUS. And so that's all the costs have been lumped into that one line at this point. When we work through the year end, we may have a reallocation of some of that money to different departments, but at this point it was basically all put to this line in IT because okay. So Joanne's just saying we just got the credits back now from TELUS for helping us with the switch over, the credits in terms of buying out what we had to pay Rogers and for new phones and that sort of thing. So that the year to date will resolve itself, I'm confident.
Okay, and if I could just ask maybe for a slight correction then of the language, because that, what you just said to me, makes a lot of sense, and that would certainly help qualify that particular number. Are there any other questions? Mayor Brockeneer?
Yeah, Chair Henderson, not a question, just a comment. It's something I followed up on. So, the year-to-date is not always accurate at this particular point in the process, but when I look at the payroll overtime, I did talk to our IT manager, and of course, that overtime is a one-time event. If you take a look at what he did this year, we did the web update, the council live streaming, and the conversion to Outlook, all which took up a considerable amount of time that would not be normal. So we can expect that overtime charge will go down next year.
Thank you for that explanation. Councillor Burkett and then Councillor McCarthy.
Just a question in regards to the web and internet costs increase there. Does anyone have an explanation for that?
Sorry, where are we? We're on page 34, or am I?
Yep. The 1210175.
Okay, thank you. Web internet costs. Okay, thank you.
I think, Deputy Mayor, through you to Councillor Burkett, if you look on page 35, the next page, there's quite a in-depth detail there of what makes up that figure in terms of where they're all, how that number is being arrived at. So I think that's a fairly accurate number moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you. Just on personally, to change from Rogers to TELUS or any service provider to others is a huge headache, but it got done, and I must say I'm really enjoying getting back to Outlook and the capabilities. But my main point, though, is that even though I understand conversion costs are always there one time, ultimately there was, if I'm not correct, wasn't there quite a savings by changing service providers?
Mr. Davey?
Yes, and that's what we're saying is that the savings will be ongoing, and there's also credits coming through to offset some of the initial hardware costs that were involved in the buyout and the changeover.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'd like to move on to Administration Building, Victoria Hall, and that is page 37. Okay, I just want to note that we do some library maintenance. People may not be aware of this, but from Victoria Hall Maintenance, we do library maintenance as well to a certain degree, and it's noted there for your reference. CO, are you going to speak to, or Mr. Davey, about payroll, part-time wage, and part-time fringe benefits?
Yes, Deputy Mayor. What we're looking at there is reinstituting a summer student for Victoria Hall. We always, in the past, used to have a summer student in the budget, and we went away from that in the last 2 or 3 years, partly because we had increased the size of the department by one extra person, and part of the rationale for that was to eliminate the summer student. What we're finding now, again, is we're back up against it in terms of the existing full-time staff, vacation times in the summer and whatnot. We need that extra summer student to keep up with the maintenance of the building, the flower bed watering, lawn maintenance that we do at other town buildings, Dressler and the library. So what we've done is we've put back into the budget a request for a summer student.
Councillor Round?
Yeah, and my understanding is there is funding that's available to put students to work in the summertime that we could put an application into the province or the feds for that. Is there not? Don't they pay up to 80 or 90% of summer students' costs for Vaughan University?
Mr. Davey?
I'm not if maybe Stephen can speak to that. I think it's in certain areas, and I'm not sure that this would be a particular one would apply.
CEO?
Yes, I know historically we've got funding in there. There's been two actually different sources. The federal government has two programs, and it's either $2 or $2.50, I think it is, per hour that we get. So it is not the 80 or 90%. It's quite a substantially amount less than that.
Councillor McCarthy?
Just to a bit more information from the CAO, the Canada Summer Jobs Program only provides up to 50% funding for public service organizations such as we, and even then you don't necessarily get the grants.
Okay, any other questions from members of council? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on. Amend building of Victoria Hall, page 38. Councillor Rowan?
I'm just going to ask a question on the first one, liability insurance. Now, we budgeted last year for $18,000. It's only $14,400. And this year we've upped it to $19,500. Is that a realistic number, being that it was only $14,000 for liability on the building last year?
I'd have to go to Joanne or Mr. Davey for the most recent update.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, through you to Councillor Rowden. The 19.5 is based on the projection for the current year renewal that we just entered into, so that figure is realistic.
Any other questions? Back to financial, page 42. And I'll allow Mr. Davey to speak to the liability insurance, because you can see it's certainly a huge differential, but I'll allow him explain.
Again, Deputy Mayor, that the 518 that's in the actual number is the full renewal that would have been posted when we issued the check to the insurance company for the renewal. One of the year-end entries will be to allocate that out to the various departments again. So part of that entry may well, what we just talked about, may put the Victoria Hall insurance back up over the 19.5. So that figure will definitely go down.
Okay, any other questions? Mayor Brockeneer?
Thank you, Chair Henderson. So this is the page that I referred to earlier, page 42, where we have to make an adjustment to the transfers to the Holco Reserve and Northern Industrial Park, or transfer to the reserve from Holco and Northern Industrial Park is what I should say. So if you take a look at lines 925, transfer to reserve Holco, and 926, transfer to reserve Northern, they're the ones that have to be reduced, and I'm making a motion to say that we will reduce the transfer to the Northern Reserve by $200,000, and we will reduce the transfer to Holco Reserve by $375,000, and that will give us the $575,000 that we're adding to the taxation cancellation.
Right, and if member council, that's the point we just discussed about 30 minutes ago.
Yes.
Just the question, from my understanding, as I learn, Mayor Brockeneer, because these are two separate funding elements or dividend funds, are we still able to put that in one motion, or even though they're different funding, as long as we announce what they're directly for? Okay, thank you. That's just my learned knowledge. So the motion is before us, and you can understand the rationale, and that's based on the new impact reassessments that we were hit with as of this past Monday. Are there any questions of clarity or questions? Hearing none, call the vote. All those in favor? All those against? Carried. We're now into personnel, page 44. Again, I can speak to negotiation expense. It's higher than usual because we did have ongoing negotiations with the Fire Association. Not normally do we ever go and end up in arbitration, but in this time we did. And with that long journey, sometimes there's additional expenses, and they have been so noted. New, we're not dealing with it now. You can see we're going to deal with it starting in 2018, but a special project would be the non-union job evaluation pay equity plan, and that's something that council will be looking at in future. Are there any other questions at this time? That takes us to health and safety. The special project, I know Melissa Hankey's not here, who's staff representative, but I have certainly been informed that each year we certainly have to address any asbestos reassessment. We try to do that on a regular basis, and the CEO will speak to why that's down for this year.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Asbestos assessments have to be done at regular intervals. They're not yearly, but they're on quite a little longer cycle. We're now due to review all our buildings, so this will be a complete review of all our buildings, and this information is information that all our managers have to have on hand if any work is done in those buildings. So it's important that this work is done. It's legislated and regulated, and we have to do this work.
Any questions? Hearing none, we have already dealt with, I believe, all elements of protection, if I'm not mistaken. And that takes us directly to Public Works. We have the overview on pages 105 and 106. We start with Engineering Administration on page 107. Just for the public information, I'm looking at the clock, and do we know if the tender is still scheduled and on time for 2 p.m.? So just to let council know, we're about 8 minutes away from taking a recess so we can deal with that tender. Again, we're on page 107. Any questions? Councillor Rowan?
Yes. I see that last year in our Christmas lights we only had 7,000 something. That amount that we're putting in this year, 15,000, does that mean we're getting new lights, or are we taking over the cost of putting them all up now?
CEO?
Yes, if council remember, we came back to council with this with a report earlier in the year. This is a contract, a 3-year contract. It's our portion of all the lights for downtown is $15,000 per year for those 3 years. There is also a payment from DBIA for those lights as well.
Okay. Any other questions? Hearing none, we'll move to GIS on page 110. And I must say, I forgot to announce, but in case the public missed it, a few weeks ago we had the pleasure of being introduced to our Deputy Director of Public Works, Lori Wills, who's with us and is working. So that has been so noted in our budget. No questions, GIS. That takes us to roads and sewers, starting on page 114. Perhaps CEO or Director Thrasher, if you could just explain what's meant by standby. No, it's not online. I'm just because some people don't really understand what standby is. I know we understand as council, but
there's a union person on standby every week. It's a rotation basis, and so they're paid on standby in a similar fashion to the volunteer firemen.
Any other questions? Hearing none, we're on to bridges and culverts. And the only question I had, whether it goes to Director Thrasher or CEO, I can see we have very few line items remaining in 2017. We have equipment rentals and other operating materials, and otherwise there's really nothing on this page. I guess the question I wanted to ask is, can we fold this into something else, or is it really necessary to maintain bridges and culverts as a separate function?
If I could, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest leaving it as a separate, because it may not require a lot of activity each year, but it's a very, very big part of the transportation infrastructure. When we do have to start doing work on these things, they do cost a lot of money. So on a yearly basis, they may not appear too frequently, but I would suggest that they are a key separate component of the road system.
Okay, I appreciate that feedback. We're going to pass roadside and grass and weeds because there's nothing allocated at this point, and we go right to storm drain systems on page 123. Any questions? Seeing none, proceed to 125. Seeing none, proceed to 127, pavement repairs. Just for clarification, I did ask the question about contracts and payment. A lot of these contracts and payment have to deal with our relationship with Northumberland County. I believe that's correct, Director Thrasher?
That's part of the answer. A lot of them also have to do with the contract that we enter into for small paving, small hot mix repair work. We typically contract with one local paving contractor to do repairs around cuts made to fix water valves or catch basins and things like that. So that's what a lot of this is.
We're now, I will look at the clock, I'll end after we discuss winter maintenance on page 129. Any questions at this point? Councillor Rowden?
Yes, I see in 2016 we have a line item that tells the year-to-date cost, but we don't budget anything on the payroll, salaries, and overtime and stuff. I just wondered, is there a reason for that?
I would like to answer that. CEO?
Yes, we're actually going through a little bit of a process here in the last year or two. We've moved all the salaries out of the individual line items, and they're now centered in the water or the roads and sewers main budget. So you'll see these numbers for another year, and then you'll see that they won't be there after that.
And the other question I had to Director Thrasher, contracts. I know that normally we would have some number for 2016 because it's in at 43,000. And is there numbers to be put in?
I'm getting the answer yes, but also sometimes there's not a lot of money in this one because a lot of this road maintenance contract line is for things like downtown cleanup, which involves renting trucks and machinery. And last year and again this year, we really haven't had to do that very frequently.
Do you know if we have what I call a midpoint on that? In other words, over the last 3 years, we've hit a midpoint of X number of dollars?
We would have that, yes.
Could you get that figure for us? That would be appreciated. That might help us. So, on good old winter maintenance, not that I'm looking for a lack of sunshine, I will end our break because we indicated we have a tender opening process. And when that's finished, we'll certainly, can someone give me a rough approximate timeline on that? Are we looking at 15, 20 minutes? Pardon me? 15? Okay, thank you. Okay. At this point, we're still under Public Works, and we're under Safety Devices, Information Traffic Control. That is page 131. Are there any questions? I'll certainly take them. Hearing none, we'll move on to Sidewalks, page 133. The only question I have, Director, is I expect the contracts will come up for sidewalks this year at some point.
Mr. Chairman, the contracts in what respect?
Just, we allocated 15.3 and we're just over 1,000. I'm just wondering, has that number risen at all, or?
I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm not sure. Sorry.
Mayor Buccaneer?
Yeah, Chair Henderson. So I'm looking at weed control King Street, and I just want to be assured, and I'm not sure if we're doing this on our own or if it's in conjunction with the DVIA, but we are going to make sure we continue that program and to eliminate all the weeds that are growing up around the trees along King Street and also Division Street. Is that the intent?
That is correct. In fact, I was sure that last year we hired a contractor at least twice to do some weed removal along there. Perhaps it just hasn't shown up yet in this account.
Okay. Any other questions? Hearing none, we're into crossing guards. Hearing none, we're into street lighting, page 138. Hearing none, we're into page 140, transit. And Director Thrasher, will you be speaking just to special events, just to announce what that's about?
Yes, I can. Renee told me just today that she's done her. She's got a supplier to provide service for the 3 upcoming special events to shuttle visitors from the CCC and the other venues, both downtown and to the mall. I think the shuttle will make a 2 or 3 stop trip. And I believe that the lowest price that she got after going back and adjusting the service of it was from our old Coach Canada.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to clarify. This would be for participants wearing some sort of badge or something that the driver would recognize. I mean, would they be on different routes?
Mr. Chairman, I assume there is some method of identification required because I understand it's going to be a free service. But it won't be it'll be a regular route, but it won't be the routes that our 2 transit buses travel.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions? Seeing none, if I could just ask Director Thrasher that on 142 that at some point the stats be updated for 15 and 16. Next is 144 parking on lots. And just for information's sake, the rents, in case they're wondering, the rents are for the rent that we pay. The one lot is across directly from Victoria Hall, and the other lot that we rent presently is right beside what we might call the bus shelter near the ice skating rink dash fountain. So that's what we mean by rents. Any other questions? Seeing none, we're going to 146, parking amendment and enforcement. Mr. Larmer or Mr. Thrasher would like to speak to the cell phone held device.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Mr. Chair, those are for the new parking software that's been implemented. We started using the software and it's fully in use now, this week starting. So that was 4 handheld devices with programs.
Any other questions? Sorry, Mayor Brockenier.
Thanks, Chair Henderson. So I'm looking at the transfer to Parks and Marina, and I know that we've always transferred some of the parking from Victoria Park to the Parks Department to cover the cost of maintaining the beach washrooms and also an extra student for garbage pickup. But I see we're now doing $204,000, and I don't understand what the transfer to the marina is for.
Which one would like to take that? Director Huswick?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Your Worship, the intention through this budget process with the creation of the new division is to try to improve the transparency of expenses and revenues for the different areas. So with the waterfront, we're looking at the full sort of waterfront tourism district and trying to better allocate costs and breaking down costs for the beach, the park, the marina, the harbor, those types of things. And included in that is looking at all of the different revenue streams for that district, which would be the canteen, the marina, the campground, and of course parking. So the intention is that within that whole waterfront district, we're not fully there through this budget cycle, but hopefully by next year we will be able to really identify all revenues and expenses related to the different components of the waterfront, and for that matter, all aspects of the division and the parks and the various facilities. So it's really trying to show how revenue is contributing to offsetting related expenses.
Any other questions? Mayor Brockenier.
Thanks, Chair Henderson. So a further question on this page. At the bottom of the page, we're talking about parking revenue downtown. And so last year we budgeted $90,000. I noticed that in the chart that in the following pages, it actually shows 2016 revenue as $160,000, and we're only budgeting $130,000 for revenue. And I do know that when we put the parking meters in downtown, I remember Teresa Bain, who's then the manager of engineering services, doing a presentation to council saying that at 60% occupancy, that the revenue that we would gain from the downtown parking would be $260,000 a year, and that's at 60% occupancy. So I'm just questioning the figures here. Why we would only put in 130 when in fact we know we already got 160, and we're expecting that we're going to get even more, because when we should top out at 260.
And who would you like that directed to, Director Thrasher?
Mr. Chairman, I think that this figure could reasonably be increased because I think at the time that we were putting these figures together for the budget, probably the year to date at that time was down around something less. A lot of this revenue has come in the last few months of the year. So the 130 was an estimate made at that time, but now we see that the actual year end was 160. So I think it's reasonable to increase our projection for 2017.
Yeah, so the page I was referring to, the chart on page 149, shows that the actual for 2016 downtown coin revenue is $161,000.
Mr. Davey?
Yes, so the net impact of that would be to then increase the amount that's available for the transfer to the parking reserve, so that page would stay in balance.
Mayor Brockenier?
Yes, and so Chair Henderson, thank you for that, Mr. Davey. So So this has always been a favorite topic of mine, that, you know, the whole purpose of developing user pay and getting revenue from parking is to put money into a parking reserve, because eventually we're going to be faced with what I consider to be, you know, a large expense in order to maintain the parking spaces that we have. So could you give me an update on the parking reserve, where we stand with that, Mr. Davey?
Your Worship, we were projecting, without a number in here, for the 2016 ending transfer, approximately $325,000 in the parking reserve.
Mayor Brockenhart.
And Chair Henderson, what I'd like to do is I'll make a motion that we put $160,000 into downtown parking revenue on line 87069.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Against? Carried. Any other discussion on parking? That then takes us to a new section called Environmental Summary. And just for clarification, we have moved away. We understand we're in the Public Works Division, but we're trying to use terminology that's more fitting for the 21st century. So we have termed now the word environmental, which we think is most fitting. We're now on page 151. I'll take any questions. Seeing none, I'll move to 153, garbage collection. And Director Thrasher, if you could just explain, or CEO, the new, which is called garbage removal.
Mr. Chairman, I'll have to get with information on that line.
Okay, thank you. Or CAO?
Yes, historically we had a transfer station at the old Public Works building. That transfer station is getting less and less use, and we are not going to have the transfer station. That would be this under special contracts. So what we will, though, still need is garbage roll-off garbage bin for the waste produced by the Public Works Department, and that is what that line item picks up.
Mayor Brockenhart.
Chair Henderson. So one of the things, I know that one of the things that we do as an extra for downtown garbage pickup is on long weekends, particularly through the summer when there are events, we can't go 3 days without emptying the garbage. So we have to have a special garbage pickup partway through the long weekend. And I was wondering if this garbage removal or contracts would be covering that, or is that somewhere else in the budget?
Director Thrasher.
I do know that additional pickup has definitely been planned, because we had some concerns last year, and everyone remembers the call-outs that we had to make to Public Works workers on a Friday to get garbage cleaned up downtown. So that's certainly been planned. What I'm not certain of is what line it's in here, but it's in here on one of the places in operations.
Councillor Roman.
My understanding last year, I thought that was put in the Parks and Recreation budget.
We can see when we get there. That'd be a better time. Any other questions? Okay, thank you for that. We're moving to Social and Family Services. At this point, just for Council's information, there are only 2 grants in this area. We've had an outstanding long-term grant and transfer to St. Peter's Court Apartments, and you can see that it will extend to 2019. One will come to about a year earlier than the other, and then that will end the tenure that we've had over an extensive period of time. And the other one Council has agreed to put in is physician recruitment. The 17-1 was based on population percentage, We're one of 4 other municipalities who promote physician recruitment, and I can tell you I'm pleased that we're doing that because we have a number of doctors in Northumberland retiring in the next year, and it's something that we're certainly going to need without question due to recent future retirements. Are there any questions on either of those 2 items? Hearing none. That takes us to Parks and Recreation. We have the overview sheets of 160, 161. But it then takes us to we'll come back to those if we need be. Takes us to page 162, the Parks revenue. Any questions? Mayor Brockenier?
Yes, I've made myself a note here that I see that there's of the $100,000 that for parking revenue, 64,250 was for washroom maintenance. So is the remainder of that that 100,000 going to our summer students?
Director Huswick?
Mr. Chair, I'm not actually sure how it breaks down. Perhaps Mr. Davey might be better to respond to that.
Mr. Davey?
Yes, so this would be the amount that's transferred from the parking that we were just looking at into parks revenue, just as general revenue to support the parks department. It's not to any specific item. Okay.
If I may, a follow-up. So then, but a part of that 100,000 is the cost of washroom maintenance. Is that correct?
That's a separate section of the budget that we haven't come to as yet.
Okay, because I guess I probably looked ahead and then came back and made the note that there's a $64,000 charge for washroom maintenance. So I assumed it was in there. Okay.
Okay, any other questions? We're now to Parks Administration. The one question I did ask, and I'll just share it with council, is on communication license. And it's in reference to the license required for the trucks specifically. And there will be amount in there for that reason. The next one is the new YMCA PCC feasibility study, which council has approved for it to go forward. And of course, we'll await that report that will eventually come to council. Are there any other questions? Mayor Brockenier?
Thanks, Chair. Again, so under training and courses, we have $10,000. Is that an internal charge to one of our own employees, or is that an outside contractor providing that service?
Director Huswick.
Mr. Chair, to your worship, that covers all training requirements for the Parks Department, so technical certification training, playground training, any type of training that staff need to go on. So it's various depending on the individual
staff. Is that contracted?
It would be for outside services, yeah.
Any other questions? Seeing none, takes us to 168 horticulture. And I just want to make clear that in our discussions, because we have staff concerns and different departments, but the ecology garden maintenance budget was removed. Normally that was associated with the student. So just to be clear that the recommendation is to remove that for this year. And if we need support, then we're hoping we can get that support from our Parks Department, which is newly formulated. Any other questions? Moving on, we have Parks 170, Parks Maintenance. Questions? Next, we have Forestry, page 172. Any questions? perhaps what I should note very quickly, Forestry Services has been moved under Parks and Recreation Department. Then on page 176, we have Parks Athletic Facilities. Hearing none, Parks Turf Maintenance, 178. Hearing none, we have moved Centennial Pool in at this point, and is defined on page 180. And there are some improvements noted on this page. Questions? Hearing none takes us to and we've defined this now, so either they're interrelated, we now have aquatic lifeguards. We start to separate out what we're dealing with, and it's at this point that Director Huswick made the point, I think, about, you'll note here, new special project lifeguard chair, 12,000. And if I could ask you to repeat your consideration, Director Huswick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I mentioned, we have $12,000 listed as a replacement of the same type of lifeguard chairs as we have now, which are very basic. So at the staff level, we've looked at some alternative, innovative and creative designs that we feel would be a wonderful alternative option that would be a nice addition to the beach. There are other examples of other communities that have developed pieces of equipment that are very bright and colorful and quite innovatively designed that can be used to not only provide much better protection for the lifeguards from the natural elements, but also during special events used for officiating and meetings and other things like that. So the estimate that we've been provided is approximately $10,000 per chair, subject to the final design. There's about $1,500 in design costs. So we're looking at $10,000 to $12,000 for one chair. So we have an option. We can proceed and replace the existing ones as they are. We could proceed, use this amount of money, and replace one with this innovative new design in 2017, and replace the others in subsequent years. Or we can add additional funds and replace two of them this year. So we would probably, to be safe, need another, I'd say $13,000 just to fully cover development of two of these chairs. So there's several options available.
So I'm just want to get clear, there's a lot of options, but is your recommendation to add $13,000 onto the $12,000 to $25,000?
That would be staff's preferred course.
Okay, so that's your preferred recommendation to council, and that enabled you, if I'm listening carefully, to do two chairs this year, knowing that you would put two of those chairs in next year's budget at approximate same amount or with a small differential.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is somebody willing to take forward the recommendation from staff at this point for a motion? Councillor Burkett, if you want to put the motion on the floor.
I just have a question.
Sorry, I apologize.
In regards to it, would a staff report be coming forward with the idea of these chairs before we approve essentially what they are?
Yes, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Burkett, if we have approval to proceed along this path, we would engage the design firm to get some options, and would be happy to bring that back to council with recommendations on that design.
Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Question through to Director Hustwick. If we do a chair a year, what kind of condition are the current chairs in to actually have one or two of them 2 to 3 years out?
Director Hustwick.
We, to be honest, have to further assess that. They would probably require some basic maintenance to keep them going, and I'm sure we could handle most of that within our existing budget.
we'd have to do a further assessment to see how many years that would take. But I mean, they are reaching their end of life.
Councillor Realm. Councillor Realm.
My
Councillor
opinion
McCarthy.
is I'd like to see if we're going to do these chairs, we do them over a 2 or 3 year period and get one and see what it's like, and make sure that we're getting something that's going to be really that what's needed down there and what the public are going to be looking at all the time. I know the other ones are getting old, there's no doubt in my mind, but if they're good for another year or so, if we bought one, we'd know exactly what we'd want for the next 2 years and buy one each year.
Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. One more question through to the Director. Earlier, the first presentation by Police Services spoke to the fact they're getting rid of their outdated trailer and they're putting funds aside for something else. And they mentioned including signage down on the lifeguard stands. Have there been any discussions with the department on that?
Director Huswick.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not aware of specific discussions. They may very well have taken place at the staff level, but we have upgraded some of the signage on the existing lifeguard chairs this year for tourism and other purposes. But I think the new designs would certainly incorporate broader opportunities for signage as well.
Okay, any other questions? Anybody willing to put any motion on the floor? Councillor Burkett.
I'm willing to put a motion on the floor that we allow a 13,000 additional funding to this, but would like to see a staff report back before we make a final decision on what the actual design is.
Can I ask you just to give us the wording of your motion, because obviously if you need a few moments, but that would be helpful so we know what we're voting on. In the interim, Councillor McCarthy, I have a...
Yes, we're adding to the budget, and I'm okay with this to try out a chair and get the design, but we also might have to look at funding. Could we, I mean, we could add it to the tax levy or look at the final breakout on the costs and whether or not we can draw from, I guess it would be Holdco. I don't think there's anything left in Northern, but could we look at that later, how we fund that new project?
Yes, we can always look at everything at the end. Councillor Burkett, you ready? Or Mr. Davey, I'll wait.
The motion would be to add 13,000 to the line lifeguard chairs, subject to the final staff report on design of new chairs.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Call the vote. All those in favor? All those against? It is carried. Next, we're moving to the outdoor rink, page 184, and the new, just for clarification purposes, states butterfly wings. They're the wings that, those colorful wings we see on the rink. After a number of years, they do need replacement, so that's the terminology. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll move to Legion Fields Revenue, page 186. Seeing no questions, I'll move to 187, Legion Fields continuation. If I could just have Director Huswick speak to the utility issue.
Mr. Chair. I think the utilities have increased for a couple reasons. I think in terms of last year, it was obviously a hot summer, so there was added usage for watering and other purposes. I think it's also better reflective of actual costs in terms of what's expected on an ongoing basis. Let me just see what else here. And there's overall, I think, higher maintenance expectations too, especially with the national tournament coming next year.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor McCarthy?
Just on that note, I'm not understanding then, because if utilities were 16.3 and we're still maintaining 7.5 for this year, is there a sense we need to ask for more money?
CAO?
Yes, maybe I can help a little bit here. If I remember right, there was a major water break at the in the irrigation system, and it was there was costs associated with that, and that's where you see it showing up there. Maybe if I remember correctly, that was one of the main reasons for the overage on the water.
Okay, thank you for that. Mayor Brockner?
Thanks, Chair Henderson. So I know that a number of our manufacturers use a fair amount of water, but they use it in the process of whatever they have to be manufacturing. So they don't really have to discharge the amount of water that they're using into the sewer. So we sign a contract with them to give them some relief on sewage charges. The water we use in the Parks Department obviously is on fields and so on, so it never ever goes, doesn't go to the sewer, it gets saturated. Do we have any opportunity to reduce our sewage charges for the water we're using in parks?
CAO or Director Thrasher?
If I may, I'm not aware of what rate we are paying right now. Maybe the Treasurer is more aware of that. But if we are paying sewage rates, that's definitely something we should look into.
Okay, thank you. If you look into that, at least bring that comment back to Council, because that's an excellent question from our Mayor. Moving on, we have Marina, page 189. Director Huswick, if I could have you just speak to the two new reservation fees and parking fees.
Mr. Chair, the intention this year is to invest the funds required to produce an online reservation system for both the marina and the campground. This is in line with providing better quality services and more modern services. And again, the parking is part of the process of simply trying to reallocate the revenues and direct them directly towards the waterfront district. So we are this is the first stage of determining where the funds go. So for example, we've also been shifting responsibilities within the division. The canteen operation, for example, is moving from the waterfront operations over to parks, and there's various other administrative changes. But again, it is to try to improve transparency of actual costs, sort of function by function within the division.
Thank you. Next page, we continue with 190. And Director Huswick, if I could ask you just to highlight the special project online reservation software.
Mr. Chair, I believe that's the same item, is it not? Yeah, so again.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Any questions? Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you. Just a question. Is that related to Max Galaxy or a separate software program?
Through you, Mr. Chair. It's not specific to Max Galaxy. We'd be looking at what available options are out there, and certainly one of the intentions of the division, and I believe there are some funds built into the town's budget to begin the process of looking at all of the current IT systems, certainly within the division. I think there's a need probably beyond the division, but I do want to look at what is currently being used in the campground, the marina, the CCC, and the concert hall as examples, and how do we begin moving towards the consolidation of the different types of systems. And I think over the long run, there'll be reduced costs, improved services, and moving everything more online. And that's also in line, I think, with a comment that was made earlier about by our communications lead in terms of improving our website as well, tying all of this in so that customers are much more capable of going online, finding the information they want in as few clicks as possible, being able to book things as much as possible online. So it's really a fully integrated review. Obviously, it'll take a few cycles to get there.
Mayor Brockner, was your hand up? Oh, I apologize. The only other question I have, you gave an explanation for payroll overtime. I believe the budget amount, if I'm not mistaken, is $3,800. If you just provide a rationale.
Mr. Chair, I believe that is related to some of the staff overtime that is allotted as it's accrued, but then it is reduced or offset as time is actually taken off in lieu. So those end up being balanced.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I think this may be the page to address the FDOC related to maintenance as well.
It is. I was getting there. And if you could just mention, I believe your number was with regard repair, but I also know the dock was built a number of years ago. Do you remember the actual date? It's got to be
1991.
1991. So anyway, I'll leave for you to put that on the floor again.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I mentioned earlier, FDOC has been, a portion of it has been pulled out onto land. There was an initial assessment. There's pitting in the metal that indicates just corrosion over, obviously since 1991, it's one of the oldest docks. And there will obviously be some repairs or replacement of aspects of it required. So the very initial estimate from the waterfront operations manager was that if we should allocate $10,000, which should cover the options, but that'll be further assessed in the spring. But again, because the marina produces a surplus, that would really just be a realignment, reduction in the transfer to reserves or elsewhere of $10,000.
Okay. Any questions, Director, on that? Would someone like to make a motion to put this in the budget as a line item? Councillor McCarthy?
Motion to add $10,000 for the repair of FDOC.
And just for clarification, Davey, what's the best way to show that line item in here?
Yeah, my suggestion would be to, we have a line called dock repair and maintenance. It's 7310-551. It's 25,000. So if we increase that to 30.
All right. So motion to increase line item 7310551 dock repair and maintenance by $10,000 for the repair of FDOT.
Motion is before us. I believe it's rather clear. There's a line item in the budget. Discussion. All those in favor? All those against? Carried. Next, we're moving to dredging. If you'd like to make a general comment, Director Huswick, on dredging. and it's also on page 197.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just overall, this is another one of the expense centers or revenue centers, depending on how you look at it, that we are in the process of really sort of breaking out within the division to be able to, I guess, twofold. One, show how the expenses really need to be allocated, because obviously some of it relates to the marina, some of it is more broad in terms of the overall harbor. And so I think getting a better understanding as we move ahead of how we allocate the costs. But at the same time, we had some external contracts that generated some new revenue for the town. Obviously, that was correlated with increased salary dollars for the amount of time that it was used. But we actually had a really good year, and our intention is to continue to pursue opportunities to fully utilize the dredge and generate additional revenue. One, to help continue to pay off the original capital costs, and also to help maintain the actual costs of the harbor.
Thank you for that explanation. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'd like to go to Tourist Park, alias Trailer Park 199. And it continues on 200. And perhaps you could highlight, well, the special project is continuous, which is the wireless internet. You already mentioned that. And then we also have the management software, if you'd like to add any additional comment. Otherwise, I think it's one and the same. I'll certainly take any questions from council members. Hearing none, I'd like to move to beach washrooms. Any questions? I guess one question I have, Director Huswick, under payroll, salaries, and wages, we know we have right now a long-term agreement that has existed around cleaning of the washrooms. So I know that it's done, but where I have some confusion is I'm not fully understanding where the payroll and salaries when we have a contract. So, and is it really at that amount? So that's where I need clarification.
Mr. Chair, I believe that is simply an allocation of staff salary time associated with overseeing that facility and the related contracts. And just for council's information, the cleaning of the washroom and the canteen contract have been with the same vendor, if you will, supplier, and the canteen contract has expired, so staff are in the process of trying to determine next steps in light of the waterfront planning that is about to begin. So we're obviously looking several years down the road in terms of what opportunities we have for improving services, including food and beverage services, but we also have to make a decision about the contract that has recently expired. So there will be further discussion, and we'll be reporting back on that.
Thank you for that explanation. Any other questions? If not, we'll move to walkway 206. I just need clarification. Director Huswick, I know there was some discussion maybe about the use of a full-time student. Has that been still on, or has that been removed?
Mr. Chair, that has been removed during the earlier budget discussions.
Any other questions? We come to Furnace Street Arenas revenue, page 209, and it continues through 210 and 211. Any questions? As we know, Council did direct staff to do a utilization report on the arenas, and that with Director Huswick and staff, that will sometime be forthcoming to Council to address that request. So I just want to make the public and Council aware we haven't lost sense of that agenda item. Any other questions? We're moving now to the Community Center Avenue, page 214. Seeing no questions, moving similar category, 216 CCC. And perhaps, Director Huswick, you could just share with us the issue of utilities.
Sorry, if I could just have a moment, Mr. Chair. I mean, just generally speaking, utilities, I think we're roughly $500,000 in utilities each year. This is an ongoing challenge for the facility, represents a significant portion of the operating expenses. With the global adjustment that the province adds in, it's actually been very difficult to try to forecast on what expenses are going to be on any given month, for that matter, or year. So those costs have continued to increase, and I think we have done, the facility has done quite a good job in moving towards higher efficiency equipment, lighting equipment, and in the budget here you have there have been a number of items showing how we are trying to further enhance the efficiency of operations to reduce both utilities and staff time. So I think through those efforts, utility costs are being managed, but it is an ongoing pressure.
Mayor Brockner, followed by Councillor McCarthy.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is the familiar provincial refrain, the same one I hear from industry around Cobourg, that the energy consumption is actually going down, but the costs are going up. And so there's no doubt that we're doing our part in terms of conserving energy.
Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you. I echo the mayor, because I remember we purchased equipment to make it more efficient to integrate the two systems to talk to each other, and the numbers on consumption are wonderful. And we, of course, wanted to hear how our utility bill would decrease every year to pay for it. But unfortunately, we can't control the actual kilowatt hour price. So the intent of that capital project was succeeded, except it isn't reflected because of what everybody's going through.
Okay, based on that, I'd like to move on. The next one, whether you would like to take the lead or the CO, there's a program assistant new contract for 2 years, just for clarification. I'll tell you what Council's aware of. We have Miss Litt, who was assigned on a program assistant contract basis. She left certainly for other purposes. That position was fulfilled. My understanding that Miss Litt was hired in about October, and we have a person acting in her role because of all the major events coming, as well as all the 150 integrated events as well. So could you share with us where we are from that point to what the request may be?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I could just go back to the last subject just very briefly, I'd be happy to share after today the actual number of kilowatt hours that have been saved, because certainly the facility manager is tracking that very carefully. And it's tens of thousands of kilowatt hours
that have been reduced through all the measures. So I'll follow up and provide everyone with that report. In terms of this position, obviously this is a really extremely busy year with the 3 major sporting events. But as we, so the current, there is someone that has a new contract till, I believe, the end of October. Moving forward, the sport tourism sector is certainly something we want to continue to pursue, but pursue more actively and strategically. And in fact, we have to start that this year in order to reap the benefits in subsequent years. So it's there's ongoing opportunities throughout the sports sector for hosting various events, and those are the types of activities we want to really engage in and continue to attract events and different opportunities to town. So there's going to be an ongoing need for that type of work, but at the same time we're also expanding our scope and focus on cultural activities and realigning responsibilities and positions within the department. So moving forward, there will be ongoing pressure for sport tourism, for cultural services, for tourism support. So our expectation is that position that's been in place now for, I think, over a year will continue through this year and will be needed into the future.
So what I'd like to know, is this still up for debate, or has it already been signed for 2 years?
I believe the current contract is till the end of October. I'm not sure. Perhaps the treasurer can determine whether those costs, I believe those costs have been forecasted out for 3 years, have they not? That was the intention.
Okay, is there any consideration of forecasting those costs to December or January? Because right now, if I'm listening, you say have it to August, but extending it to that time, and then we would do a review to see where we are at that time?
Well, the contract's to the end of October, I believe, but the intention when we went through this process was to forecast those costs into 2018, 2019. So I'd have to look at finance to confirm if, in fact, that was done, because that was our division's approach, recognizing that we would need that position moving forward.
Well, I guess at this time where I'm a bit stuck, I know you're putting 2 divisions together and you're working on your own and you're integrating where you can, but I'm still trying to get a feel of where are we really going, in what direction, what's the overview. So I understand why this person's in place, certainly for all of this year. I certainly get that piece. But if we could have that information come back, because I think it would be helpful for us to make a determination of a council of how far are we going to support this based on needs and service delivery.
I can speak further now, or I can certainly bring back more information for...
Well, maybe perhaps you just bring back more information. That would be most helpful.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions? As part of this, I'm assuming this could be part of it too, Director Huswick. We also have a request for a food beverage coordinator. Could you speak to that?
So, Mr. Chair, with the expanded food and beverage services, with the expansion of the canteen, obviously there will be related increased staffing costs because there will be more staff required in order to provide those broader services, especially as we have more cooking going on because of the broader selection. But there's also will be enhanced requirements under liquor laws in terms of the type of requirements for the provision of alcohol, and so that comes down to having the right type of people working at the right times in terms of being of legal age. But because it's a more complex operation, the expectation is that we would need that the responsibilities of the person overseeing this would be higher and therefore require a higher salary. Very slight increase for a coordinator position. So there will be additional staffing. The coordinator is just a recognition of needing a higher skilled or at least paying someone at a higher level for running a more complex operation. So those increased costs obviously are expected to be offset by higher revenue.
Okay, any questions? Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would like to ask through you to the Director, when is it anticipated the canteen will be completed and ready for operation?
Director Husbeck.
Mr. Chair, through you, all indications, I mean, we're very happy with the progress. We have been, staff at the CCC have been working round the clock in consultation and cooperation with the contractors. Our goal when Council approved this was to have it completed and up and running in time for all three major events. The current schedule, I know this is Tuesday, the current schedule is to have it completed Thursday. There's a lot of activity that still needs to take place in terms of testing, fire department coming in, building inspection, and training of staff. But our expectation is it will be up and running for the curling championships.
Councillor McCarthy.
Further question, do you have a liquor license in place for the startup, or is that something to come?
Director Husbeck.
Mr. Chair, through you, there's a special event permit for the curling championships. We don't have a full facility liquor license at this time. We're still going through the paperwork. It's a fairly lengthy process. So I don't believe the canteen itself will be offering alcohol during the curling because there's a lounge as part of the operation, as well as the upper bowl has a liquor license. So our sort of standard liquor operations during special events will be in play for the event.
Okay, thank you for those explanations. Senior Activities Center, page 222, just acknowledge that we do get a provincial subsidy, and that has been ongoing. It continues again on page 223. Any questions? While we're waiting, the only question I have, and I know we're trying to do this, but I know we're trying to show out under, for example, utilities, the allocation to utilities to the Seniors Activity Center specifically. But it's my understanding we don't do this for any other part. We don't do it for the rooms. I don't think we do it for the gyms. I don't think we do it for B's Place. So I guess my question is, why are we doing that? And because when I look at this, I get the sense that that's an allocation out. But aren't we already part of the big allocation, which is already a very high six-digit figure? So that's where I have some confusion.
Mr. Chair, you're absolutely right. It's an effort to, again, of transparency and trying to allocate actual costs with semi-separate operations. So the senior center being, a historical cost center. It's an allocation of utility costs based on the square footage utilized within that center is prorated for the whole facility. So being sort of a separate operation, that's how it's being costed out. And I think there's more work we can probably do in terms of allocating staff time, but I mean, it's an ongoing process. And we're certainly going to be hoping to do a better job of being able to break out costs for the various rooms and their activities as well. So I think we'll continue to refine that process.
Okay, I'll leave that with you. Refinement's always a wonderful thing. Mr. Davey?
Yes, Deputy Mayor. Also, because of the fact that this one position in the seniors is the coordinator position is funded through the grant, we need to demonstrate that the municipality is also making a contribution to the senior center. So to not show any cost whatsoever for the building would be to understate what the municipality is contributing to the senior center, and it would basically throw the grant offside. So that's the purpose of the allocation to the senior center.
Thank you for reminding me that we owe that obligation, Mr. Davey. Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none, I'd like to proceed to culture community. We have the overview, but we have our starting sheets on 228. Any questions? I just need some help here, Director Huswick. I know we've gone through a change, a reorganization, and that I completely understand, and I know a portion of your salary is allocated towards culture and tourism. And I also know we have a community development assistant who used to be at Dressler House, who's now aligned with your department, and I understand that completely. But we also have here, it's asking for additional allowance, which I'm not fully understanding. I guess my question is it still on here for council's consideration, or has that been removed?
No, Mr. Chair, that's still before council. And as you mentioned, it is part of the restructuring. So when the decision was made to create a new division, the only new position that was created was a director's position. And obviously, restructuring a large operation, there's going to be additional needs. So the community development assistant that is currently helping tourism as well as economic development is actually being transitioned to be my administrative assistant. And then as we move forward, we have cultural planning that is being the main part of the plan is being deferred for a year, but there's still additional work that's required. We have additional restructuring needs over the next 2 to 3 years in terms of really moving the division to where it needs to be for all of the different areas to function well. So cultural services is certainly an important part with the concert hall that currently doesn't really fit into the organization or never really has fit into the organization very easily. So as we are developing the need for supporting cultural planning, cultural management of the concert hall, managing programs and events, and we also have the recreation strategy that was brought forward that has a very lengthy list of recommendations in terms of how we improve our programming. So these costs are put in to provide additional capacity and flexibility to begin managing moving this whole transition further forward. And I think it's an absolutely essential part, essential resource. When we look at creating the whole new division, we're, other than my salary, the amount that is being asked in terms of that other one staff continuing and some additional resources here to move forward to help further manage the operations, I think is pretty bare bones for a large operation like this division.
Okay, I apologize. I'm still somewhat confused. I understand director 0.25 because it's part of your overall. I understand the community director assistant, but it's down as 0.25. What happened to other 0.75?
Mr. Chair, so again, it's a transition process in terms of how best to align the different costs. So and again, it's debatable where expenses go. So 80% of my salary was put towards parks. And again, we could break it out further, and probably in the future we will start to do that. The community development, the other 75 is, I think, listed under, perhaps the treasurer can remind me. I did look that up. Parks? Right, okay, sorry. 25 culture, 25
tourism and 50% parks.
Okay, so I get that, and that's for the person or personnel that's been transferred from Dresser House under the new relocation.
Correct.
So I understand all that. So are you asking now, this is where I want to be clear, are you asking now for additional funds beyond that person?
That's correct. That is the equivalent of another, basically a half FTE
So
for
a point,
2017.
a point what?
That would be a 0.5.
So you're asking for a 0.5. Do we know what that comes out to be in terms of annual salary, hourly rate?
Well, that's listed at 45,000.
Okay. I'll take any questions from other members of council at this point, and then I'll come back. Councillor McCarthy?
I'm going to need some clarification. The assistant that has been that's going to you is gone. That's not inside of this 0.25, 0.5, 0.25, correct?
Sorry, the assistant. So that's the transition of an existing employee
right.
To a new position, and what we are doing, because there is no director's office cost center, the costs are being divvied up amongst other cost centers as a reflection of, and I think that's consistent with what other departments do. None of the departments have directors' offices, so directors' costs are all divvied up according to estimates on how they utilize their time. So both of these positions are being allocated throughout the division as has been deemed appropriate from an accounting perspective. So it's eliminating one position that's currently in economic development and repositioning the same person into a new position in my office.
Councillor McCarthy?
And therefore, just so I'm really clear, this person, 25% of the time will be devoted to assisting the cultural administration. Is that correct?
Well, I think it's both for my time and that position. Again, it's just an estimate in terms of overall responsibility and how much time we would generally spend on the different departments within the division. So, I mean, it's completely debatable whether it should be 25 or 20. Should there be 80% of my salary in parks? Again, it's debatable, and perhaps over the next year we can certainly refine that as we get a better sense of how to allocate time.
Mr. Davey?
Yes, if I can just add exactly what Mr. Hustwick was saying there, is we had several discussions as we were putting the budget together as to how to allocate this, and the bottom line was we said, well, we have to get the dollars into the budget somewhere, so let's arbitrarily assign a percentage. After he's had a chance to work through a full year, he'll be able a year from now to better say, okay, this is where I spend my time, this is where my assistant spends most of their time, and then come up with a more realistic, fact-based, exact allocation of where those salaries. But for this budget year, it was a matter of let's just get the dollars in the budget so the budget works.
Councillor McCarthy?
And then, so one final question I have is, when we look at the total tax levy, this isn't a new position, it's a reallocated position. In other words, we're not adding a staff position, we're just changing where this person works and what they work at.
No, we're adding a position. So the way I understand it, if I'm wrong, we're doing a split with the director, and that's yet to decide how it might best play out. But right now the split is 80-20. The split for the community development assistant that's moved from Dresser House will now have a split of, my understanding is 0.50 in Parks and Rec, 0.25 and 0.25, right? Which adds up to a full-time, which this person has presently, but in a different location. I am listening, and that's why I asked the question. I believe they're also asking for an additional 0.5 person. So at this point, I am concerned because I know we're new, we're moving, we're changing, we're ever evolving as an organization. But I'd really like to see where you are after a year and what your needs and your gap analysis are. There's no doubt that the culture format has to move in some degree, whether it be here through the CCC. And if you're asking me today what that looks like in the future, I have no idea, because it's right now it's moving. So I'm going to make a motion. I rarely do this as chair, but I'm going to ask that we defer the 0.5 and remove it from this year's budget. And in my belief, that will give you 1 full year to come back in programming to show us exactly what are the needs, what are the gaps, where are we going? Because right now, I'm the first to admit that we may also have to do a complete review in the concert hall as well. How does that fit into the CCC? How does that fit into special events? We don't know. We just put this division together just this year. So I am making a motion, whether it be supported or not, but I'm asking that we remove the 0.5 new position at this time. Further discussion? CAO?
If I may, maybe we can give the director an opportunity to respond.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to obviously be sensitive because it deals with staffing issues, and so I have to be selective in exactly what I say in a public realm. But I've done considerable background work in terms of determining the staffing needs over the next certainly 12 to 18 months in terms of how we need to get the division structured to be operationally effective and functional and well managed. And I've spent a considerable amount of time doing that. I've developed organizational transition charts in terms of where we are today, where I think we need to be 12 to 18 months from now, and as time progresses and succession planning is taken into effect, I have a sense of where we need to be probably 3 to 4 years from now. But these additional resources here, I feel, are absolutely essential to making this division function effectively. Without them, I'm going to have tremendous challenges on a number of fronts. And when you look at a division, a multi-million-dollar division with all of the different functional areas that have been pulled together with the addition of really just one position, it's not entirely realistic to think that one director on his own is going to be able to run such a large operation without any other organizational changes. And certainly at the staff level, we've had lots of discussions in terms of what's the bare bones addition to make this functional. And I think we've done a pretty effective job at being able to lay out that organizational change with absolute minimum additional resources. So, this is, I've certainly had other ideas in terms of how we could be even more effective, but those have all been cut out and cut down with my full support. But this was, this last one is certainly something I view as pretty essential for us to operate effectively over the next year.
Mr. Davey?
Yes. Again, I kind of feel like we've left the director a little bit hung out to dry here just because of the way we had to present this in the budget. Again, my understanding is that he has been working with the CAO and the Human Resources Officer on how best to do this structuring, and that is not 100% complete yet. So to put in the budget a position title and a half a year would be a little misleading at this point. So we wanted to get some dollar figures into the budget so that once this is put through, if there's a possibility of hiring this position partway through the year, that we would have funds in the budget to go ahead. And otherwise, we would be sitting here next year at this time trying to get the position put through and get funds in the budget. So again, we struggled with how to present this particular line item and actually put dollars in the budget without committing to plans that aren't really finalized yet. So that's why the wording is such that it was an allowance for additional salaries to be created partway through the year. The alternative would be to take it out of the budget, and then when the plans are completed, come back with a report at that point and say, all right, now we need $50,000. It's not in the budget. We want to start the position July 1 and come up with some alternative source of financing or funding at that point. So that, again, that's the reason why it's a little bit vague, if you will, as opposed to the normal how that page would be presented in the book.
Okay, any other? Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think one of the reasons I'm struggling, and I really do understand that this is a major undertaking and bringing departments together, getting ready for succession planning and all of that. But when I think of the new positions that are being documented here, an event assistant, a food and beverage coordinator, and then this 0.5 position, they are all, my understanding is for the revenue generation that will occur for the CCC. So if I'm understanding this correctly, you have to make this investment to bring in the revenue. But we're in a tricky spot because, in fact, there are, at this time, that may change, no major events in 2018, which would speak to increased food and beverage, an event assistant. The cultural piece we need help with for sure, and I do appreciate that the director needs help. Is there any possible way, and I did appreciate Director Davies' comment, if I saw the plan in a way that I could see where it's going to go in terms of a business plan, and I know that's tough, but nevertheless, that's where we're going. If it was to come to council later in the year that we need this person now, and we understand why we need this person now, the ducks are lining up, that council could actually consider that? Is that what I heard Mr. Davies say?
Mr. Davies?
Deputy Mayor, through you to Councillor McCarthy, I would say yes, then the funds that are required for the balance of the year would have, along with the report outlining that and requesting it, would have to have some source of alternative funding other than tax dollars, because obviously at that point we're well past the point of finalizing the budget and issuing tax bills. So it would have to be from a reserve or some other source of revenue to finish out 2017.
Perhaps, in reflecting for here, Mayor Braconier, I can sense the importance of this position, but maybe I can just put a qualifier on it, if I may. Allow the funds to remain, but on the qualifier that a report is at least presented to council that speaks to how this person, in fact, will be used in the whatever the culture mapping you have prepared for this person. And that way, it will be based on that report, and then that way, if we're ready to go, depending when it might be, whether it's April, June, July, there is money and resources available to meet your need. I realize how important and how hard you've been working as the new director in that department. So I'm not here to shortchange you, but I'm just here to be a bit on the accountability side as well. Is that possible, Mr. Davey, or a CAO?
Yes, actually, I was going to suggest that would be the process. In fact, it's very clearly worded in the line item that it is only a potential addition. The potential would be justified through a report to council.
And Councilor McCarthy, was that meeting where you were going as well, and Mayor Brockeneer?
Yeah, Chair Henderson. So I was just going to say, you know, I'm looking at I'm looking at the whole mix here, and having spent a number of years in industrial engineering, combining jobs and functions, there are some jobs that you just can't mix, and so there has to be a definite separation between some of the things we're doing at the CCC and then the cultural component of it. So, you know, the truth is, we all knew when we hired a director of recreation and culture that culture had to be a component of what this individual is going to deliver for us in terms of service. And so now to handcuff him, you know, if we don't supply him with the resources in 2017, he'll be almost 2 years in his position without any kind of cultural resource, and I don't think that's fair. I think that we have to give him the resources to work with if we expect the results, and it'll also be part of the completion of our strategic plan, which we will be reviewing in the very near future. So I think that, you know, we can maybe flush out some of the details at that particular time.
Okay, I can certainly, and don't have to make a motion on that. It's already self-evident, correct? Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Larmer.
Just to let you know, there was a motion on the floor you put forward.
I will ask that motion to be removed.
Perfect.
Moving on, thank you for bearing with us during that discussion. Page 231, concert band. It speaks for itself. This is something that's been ongoing for, I'll say, 50 years, give or take. It's something that is noted. Moving in the market building, the only new item is for the chairs, because they're in dire straits as well, and new chairs speaks for itself. We're now to page 236. Any questions on the art gallery? Please remember, art gallery will be discussed later on as part of our municipal grant endeavor, but I'll take any comments. Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to share with Council that I was confused with this page. I know that it's always been there because it's been a long-standing arrangement that there's a rent offset for net neutral impact because the gallery pays that back, and that it's always for several years now received $30,000. But when it closed its doors and then came back and asked for a one-time extra expense, it came back the following year, which was 2016, saying, well, our operating grant needs to be $50,000. And so it could look like the art gallery's asking for more than it did last year, but it's not. It's the same amount they're asking for, and I do feel that it is confusing to separate out the art gallery, that part of its funding is through this page, whereas it's also part of our municipal community grants. I'm just going to leave my comment there for now because I will speak to the grant part later, but the full amount is a community grant because the art gallery is a third-party organization. Thank you.
And just for Council's information, it is noted at this point, the request is, we've noted here in this particular page of $75,000, which has been consistent what we've done in past years, just for Council's acknowledgement. Moving forward to page 227, we have concert hall facilities revenue, and as well as facilities. So I'll take any questions with regards to those pages. Councilor McCarthy?
Yes, Deputy Mayor. I apologize. I have to respond to your comment on the art gallery. They were given $105,000 last year. So to say that it's now gone from 75 to 104 is misleading.
Sorry, I didn't say it went to 104. I just indicated on the page that on 235, the number before council, at least on this page for 2017, is 75,000. I believe that was my comment.
My page must be different. I apologize.
as we move through in this section, this page 244, but I won't speak to it at this point because we are coming back at the end to community grants, which then moves us to page 247, Civic Awards Committee, which is oversight by the mayor. I believe it's self-explanatory. And then that moves us again back to 249 under special events, culture and community. And I'm not going to read them all, but you can certainly see the number of special projects defined. And I'll take any questions. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We have been presented with a new situation in town with respect to a third-party special event, which is the Santa Claus Parade. And the Lions Club is asking the town to consider supporting that endeavor because they no longer will be doing it. And this information has only come available, and it's just too short notice for us to, the town, through its budget process, to say that it will or will not do the Santa Claus Parade because it is a beloved community event. But I do feel that because it's a major community event, that we probably should earmark some money available for it to be considered, but not necessarily that we're doing it, because council really has to carefully consider this in terms of staff and what resources are required to do it. I will share that when I was general manager of the DBIA several years ago, I was heavily involved with the Santa Claus Parade. In fact, we won a civic award that year with the Lions Club. It's a major undertaking. We're going to have to turn to the community to help us do this because it is a community event. But just so that, indeed, worst case scenario, the event doesn't happen in 2017, because I really, really believe that is not what the community wants. I do believe we need to put some money into the special event budget to figure out how to go forward with this. Again, I can't say enough. It's not that we'll necessarily spend it or that it means hiring staff. It has to be done with volunteers. So I'm going to make a motion that a special project be added to the special events budget to consider how to go forward with the Santa Claus Parade. And that would be, I'll make a motion for 10,000.
The motion's on the floor. It's clear discussion. Mayor Brockenier.
Chair Henderson, I think that if the town has to help support a Santa Claus Parade, all we would be doing would be looking for someone who would actually coordinate the parade. I think $10,000 is an excessive amount to pay someone to coordinate a parade, and if council is willing to do so, then I would suggest that because it's a one-time event and it doesn't take much time, if council wanted to, then it could be we could support it to a much lesser extent than $10,000.
If I could just comment, I don't know if this is helpful for the discussion purposes. In past, the DBIA has supported the Lions Club by making a financial contribution towards the cause. And Councillor McCarthy can correct me or not, but I think it's in that $3,000 range.
$3,500.
$3,500. I guess to your point, back to you, Mayor Brockenier, would you consider more of a matching $3,500 more reasonable? Mr. Davey?
Deputy Mayor, the only suggestion I have is that we do have back in the general government budget, we have a line called contingency in the amount of $20,000, and that's exactly sort of what the reason that it's there is for things like this where they can't really be determined at this time of year, but if I mean, traditionally, we've been fortunate to not have to use all of that money. It could be a possibility, instead of adding to the budget, that you know, if it came that the town had to contribute to the Santa Claus Parade, that the report at that time could come forward and suggest that it be funded from the contingency.
I think that's wonderful, perhaps suggestion, Mr. Davey, because we don't know yet where this is going because we just received the news. So I think as long as council's aware, if we had to come to some degree of support, we at least have that as an avenue under that purpose. Would that suffice, Councillor McCarthy, or would you like your motion to stand?
Just that there are funds available that could be tapped into if we need them. I just want to remind Council that it's more than coordination required for the event. What we're famous for and why this is a major event and lots of people come is the marching bands, and they cost money. They don't come for free. Many receive honorariums, but the better bands, they cost money. So there are a lot of logistics to consider. But I will withdraw the motion because certainly it won't cost $20,000. And would I ever like to think that combination of volunteers and sponsorships that we could bring it down well below $10,000. So I will withdraw the motion.
Okay, thank you for that consideration. The only other one, CEO, I don't know if it's out yet. It has to come to council. We did receive a letter. Does that still have to come to council, or can you speak to that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have received a letter that our request for finances for the Canada Week celebration under Canada 150 was denied. I think this is common. Most every municipality in Northumberland did not receive that funding. I have had a discussion with our special events coordinator, and she indicates that the budget that is in the special events for that event took that into consideration, that we might not get it, so that we still have enough money in the budget for that event.
Thank you for that comment. Hearing that, I'd like to move on to planning. Planning is now, we have the overview, but planning starts on 257 and 258. And I know earlier in the day, Mr. McGlashan at some point spoke about the office renovation and the combined effort, which is already noted before you. Otherwise, are there questions? All studies and reviews have been identified for your preview, and I think they're clearly laid out. Any questions at this point? Seeing none, we go to Committee of Adjustment, 262, which is a quasi-judicial committee, which is part of the mandate of the Planning Act. It's really a committee unto itself, working with the Planning Department. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I'd like to move to Cobourg Heritage Committee, page 265. Again, we already spoke about Cooey Park. Perhaps, Mr. McGlashan, if you'd like to just highlight some of the new items. Mayor Brockenier?
Yes, Councillor Henderson, if I may, when I look on this page 265, one of the opportunities we have, again, because we're still trying to cover the impact of the tax that we have to pay or rebate. I'm going to suggest that we remove $100,000 from the CIP, Downtown Heritage Grant CIP. I'm sorry, reduce it to 100, not, yeah, reduce it by 150. Yeah, to 150.
Reduce to 150?
To 150.
Okay, thank you. That's a motion before you. And just to put this in perspective, when we started as a council, we offered initially $50,000. We're still more than doubling what we offered in our first year. And so the motion is before you. Any further discussion? Councillor Burkett?
I myself was going to make a similar motion, but not. I was going to say maybe reduce it to 150, but that's quite good as well. So I'll be in support.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Against? Carried. And Ms. McGlash, would you just do a few highlights just of the new items?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The Cooey Park interpretive display, I think we've noted that the major work will be in 2018 on that particular project, but it is certainly part and parcel of the overall park design, and it will include a lot of background history of the manufacturing that did take place at in and around that particular area. The next project, which is the historical educational video series, it is identified as new to council. However, it's something that I and our department have been promoting for a couple of years now, and this is a video series or a series of vignettes undertaken by History Lives Here Incorporated, which undertake various films of documenting the local history and places and important people in settlement areas. Specifically, they're called the History Moment Series, capturing history before it is lost to time. And it has been deferred in previous years. However, this year being Canada's 150th, we thought that would be a very appropriate time to bring this forward and utilize some funds out of the CAPS reserve, or sorry, the Canada 150 reserve on this particular project. So that is the only new projects that we have coming forward. There is a carryover, I believe, from last year. We have an annual budget allocation for Heritage District interpretive signage. This is part and parcel of Council's strategic plan, as well as the Heritage Master Plan, to provide promotional, interpretive, informational signage within our heritage districts to really bring the information to the public and to the residents of those districts, which is really lacking. Actually, we find that even residents living in the districts don't realize they're in the districts. So I think it's something not only for existing residents but also for tourists alike. I'm just certainly happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Questions otherwise? Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just would like some clarification on whether the Canada 150 reserve, is that all of the funds that went through, or where is that money coming from? What reserve is that?
Ms. McGlashan?
Actually, I may look to Mr. Davey, our treasurer, but that was a chargeback recovery, I believe.
Mr. Davey?
Yes, it's not coming from a reserve. It's a recovery from Canada 150.
Further to that, I can't remember, but I remember seeing the committee, the Canada 150 committee. Was that a line item in that budget? In other words, when I see the 60,000 back in special events, does this come out of the 60,000?
Mr. Davey?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. At this point, I have to go back and see.
Right. I would like clarification on that because in light of no extra funding for the celebrations, that's a pretty big part of the budget, and I just need to know if that's been covered off.
Okay, I'm sure Mr. Davey can get you that information. Any other questions? Oh, Councillor McCarthy.
And thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm looking at the CAPS reserve. So the intent here is to put aside $8,700 to cover off the Heritage District interpretive signage. That is the sole reason for the CAPS reserve this year.
Mr. McGlashan?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that is correct. There will be some monies from the existing CAPS reserve being used, as well as part of this year's allocation of $5,000.
And just further clarification, that means the CAPS reserve will go to zero again at the end of the year?
Mr. McGlashan? Mr. Davey?
Yes, I believe Mr. Davey is indicating it's very close to zero, yes.
And if I can just share, Councilor McCarthy, as frustrating that may be, it's actually a good news story, because when I started, we were something like $21,000 to $25,000 in debt. So in a short term, we've erased the debt. We've worked up to a very small gain, and now we're back down to zero. But that's something that, as we move forward, perhaps with the cultural policy under Director Huswick, that's something that could be looked at maybe in future budgets. Councilor McCarthy?
I'm sure hoping so, because one of my concerns is that the public art policy, it doesn't, I mean, this is not CAPS because it's been retired, but the heritage panels and the public art do come under the public art policy, and I think that we need a baseline inventory, proper accessioning of our public art, let alone our heritage displays, just to know where we're at. My fear is that we own artwork, that it's spread out through various departments. We're not sure of the maintenance and care, like all of that. It's basically the management of our public art. And, well, yes, that'll go to the new department because we will finally have some cultural staffing that can do that. But I have a very big concern for that.
Well, thank you for that expression. I see Director Huswick writing away as you were commenting. Well, so note. Based on that, I'd like to move to Commercial and Economic Development Summary. It starts on 269. It actually goes to 270. And just for information purposes, a lot of people don't realize that we have the mural done, but above the mural there is a bit of a building, and that a little part of that building over Henley Arcade actually does in fact belong to the town. So when we see Henley Arcade, that is what it's in reference to. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I'd like to move to 2nd Street Fire Hall. Questions? Seeing none, I'd like to move to Economic Development. I see that Wendy Gibson, Economic Development Officer, is in the audience if we need to direct any specific questions her way. At this point, Wendy, would you like to at least speak to the new special projects part?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The special projects portion in the operating budget covers the execution of the downtown vitalization plan, and that is laid out on. I have a separate page within the budget that outlines economic development, the 2017 strategic plan. So that breakdown is located on that page.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Are there any other questions otherwise? We know that in time this page may or may not change depending on how reorganization happens with economic development, its relocation, if it does in fact happen. So again, we know this is in a workable mode. Any other questions otherwise? That then takes us to tourism page, and we know that tourism, there's still a blending between economic development and Ms. Gibson and Director Huswick, because we're floating tourism as a combination between camps, and I just wonder if there's any questions regarding tourism. Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you. Just for clarification, because of our previous discussion, previously tourism received support from the position that's now moving to CCC, and the new position, is there support for the tourism coordinator still in the budget? Not quite sure of that.
Director Huswick?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there isn't designated funds or position for that position, but as we are transitioning staff over to the CCC, we're also preparing the CCC to be an information center for the division. So there's some minor IT upgrades for the phone system. There will be training for the frontline reception staff. The tourism phone line will be transferred to the CCC, and it will become a one-stop shop for the division. So some of the administrative functions related to tourism support will be taken up by reception staff, and recognizing that the position was coming both from economic development and tourism. So we feel that much of the responsibilities on the tourism side will be handled by other existing staff at the CCC.
Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you. And I know this is a transition year, but I just want to know if there will be a tourism presence in downtown Cobourg this summer. I think that's very important, and I realize there's so much we don't know, but can people come here and find information in downtown Cobourg?
CAO?
Yes, through the chair, absolutely there'll be a tourism presence. If it's not greater than it has been in the past, which means there's a kiosk out front, there'll be a full-blown office in the market building.
Councillor Rowden, followed by Councillor McCarthy.
Yes, on page 280 there's the advertising and promotions. I see we're budgeted for 94,000, but we're last year was 68 and we only used 43. Is there a reason to double that?
Who would like to speak to that? Director Huswick?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Councillor Rowden. Part of the transition of operations is the current tourism focus is actually being broadened to look at marketing for the whole division. So,
is that not a very high mark though compared to last year?
If you look, maybe it's helpful, Councillor Rowden, all the details are spelled out clearly on page, for you, on page 282.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, okay.
You know, just
if I can continue, Mr. Chair. So I think, I'm not sure if the year-to-date or the 2016 actuals are necessarily up to date. As of the printing of this, I believe there will be additional expenses coming in. So we are looking at enhancing many of the functions that have been existing in terms of website, social media, marketing support for the whole division. So currently we have the campground sort of doing their own thing. We've got the marina, you know, with limited resources trying to do marketing. We have the CCC and all of the programming that we have there that honestly has very limited marketing and promotion. The concert hall, also relatively limited marketing and promotion. We have wedding services, and I think the opportunities for this community, even in weddings alone, and further promotion and use of the concert hall, I think are incredible. But again, every area is sort of a silo looking at, trying to do their best with limited resources. What we're looking at doing is broadening the mandate of the tourism coordinator to a marketing coordinator. That person has already met with all of the new areas of the division to understand their needs, and we're putting together a marketing strategy. So this budget reflects, I think, a very reasonable and conservative first-year approach to better consolidate it, integrate it, coordinate it, marketing for the division. One of the larger expenses is actually developing a recreation guide for the community that will outline all of the recreation and leisure activities available within the community that hasn't been produced in the past. So there are a number of important new initiatives, because our intention is to better promote to local residents as well as visitors and potential visitors everything that this community has to offer. And I think there's tremendous opportunity to improve what we've been doing so far. So much of this has been done. We've enhanced some of it, but as an example, the recreation guide is a completely new initiative.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just had a follow-up question to the CAO about the tourism presence in downtown Cobourg. Just to clarify, since we don't know what the situation is with the DBIA, can I interpret this to mean there will be a tourism office in downtown Cobourg in the Market Building year-round?
CEO?
Actually, no, I wouldn't go that far. I would suggest that there'll definitely be tourism presence, but there's a whole bunch of pieces that have to all come together, and we won't be making those adjustments till we put those pieces together and come to council. So there will be a process that we will be going through where council will see, first of all, whether we're going to be working with the DBA or not. Secondly, whether we're working with the county or not. The county is actually putting their economic development strategic plan before council this Wednesday. It contains a lot of verbiage about working together in hubs, and I'm actually meeting the CAO of the county after that meeting on Wednesday as well. So all these pieces have to come together, and council will be kept informed and also will be approving as we go forward the steps based on agreements that we'll be bringing forward.
Okay. I think that was a healthy discussion. That ends the commercial and economic development. Next section is capital levy. Just moving forward, Mr. Dave, you could comment, because I can see we have certainly a levy amount that is before us for 2017. But if you could just speak, if you could, to what's projected for 2018, just a comment.
Yes, Deputy Mayor. So this is the item that we addressed right back when we started the operating budget. The fact that the capital levy, the 2017 department request, $344,995, is the amount of the capital budget that's being funded from the 2017 operating budget. The 2018 and 2019 forecast would be the capital levy without taking into account any potential funding from federal, provincial grants or transfers from reserves, federal gas tax, that sort of thing. So that's the reason that it jumps up so significantly.
Thank you for repeating that, but I just felt it was important to highlight it once more. If there's not questions, the next section is long-term debt. I'm not going to go through every sheet. It speaks for itself. It's very clearly laid out. Are there any specific questions? I'm sure we'll have someone address them. And as we're waiting to see if there are any final, that puts us to the point, are there any outstanding matters that we're aware of at this point, other than those discussed today? Because if not, I'd like to have a look through Mr. Davey and Mr. Larmer, the charts, to maybe see where we are. The reason I ask this, because the only outstanding issue deals with new assessment growth. We built this budget based on a 0.9, but there could be an indication we could be at a 1.5. So I'd like to see where we are and how that looks like, because the last thing to discuss before council today are the municipal grants. And for council's information, as we discuss municipal grants, They are not recorded as part of our budget. So if you agree to add any amount, it will obviously add to our bottom line. So I just want, if we can, I thought it might be helpful to get that kind of clarity first before we discuss the community grants. Okay. I'm just wondering, is it better, and I'm taking direction here, is it better for us to get a sense of where we are right now and where we are after a number of hours of discussion, where we might be in our actual percentage and our dollar value before we talk about the municipal grants? Or in your experience, Mr. Davies, that it's just as easy to do the grants, look at it all as a total picture? Can I have some direction?
If you want a summary of where we are right now, then I would suggest that you maybe, it's 20 after 4, if we maybe take a 10-minute recess so that we can make sure that we're all on the same page, if you want, or otherwise you could proceed with discussing the community grants now.
Can I get some helpful direction from council? I'm happy to do either because we don't have that many municipal grants to go through. Do you want to do that and see what the bottom line is? Okay, let's do that then. Yep, so let's do that. As you know, there were a committee made up of Mr. Davey, Mr. Larmer, Lorraine Brace, our town clerk, myself, and Councillor McCarthy. We looked at the submissions for the community grants. They are before us, and at the end of the day, one grant withdrew based on receiving alternative funding. At this point, we are recommending that 3 grants not come before this council for deliberation, and we'll present the others to you, and they have been so noted on your icon sheet. When they come before you, please remember you can accept the amount as stated. You can alter that amount through a motion, or you can simply decline. If you need any particular outstanding details, we'll certainly do our best to supply them, either through myself or Councillor McCarthy. With that being said, I'd like to start with Northumberland Players. At this point, they did not do a previous submission. At this point, they're asking for a grant of the amount is $6,000. If you can note that on your sheet. And their premise simply is because they put on performances for student programming and educationals. It's the first time asking. They are the largest, at least presently, the largest user of our facility in terms of Citizens Forum, the combination of the Grand Hall. So the grant is before you for consideration. Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to provide Council with some more information. What this is really about is to receive a grant to offset the costs of the rental charge and the box office charges for the productions that are given to school children. Late November, early December, there are a number of performances. I think what Council has to keep in mind is they presented a budget for this particular project, and they do create revenue from this because there is a ticket charge. However, in light of the fact it's for school children, they were hoping that we would offset with an in-kind donation. Now, quite frankly, they didn't expect to get all of it because that line item in their budget for this particular production is $6,000. I'd also like to clarify that I don't believe they are the biggest users of the concert hall. I believe that is the Victoria Operetta Society. And basically, we know the fire hall, they have most of their productions there. They also have a dinner theater up at Best Western, and then their larger musical is over at the Capitol Theatre. This is a new request, and I'm feeling that at this stage, because we have such a tight budget, and that because they actually have revenue for this project, and also because I'm still not entirely happy with how we go about putting together our information for the community grant, I'm going to make a motion that the grant be denied. This is no reflection on the group, what they do, but because they actually have revenue for this item, and this is a new request, we have a tight budget. So I put that out there for council to consider.
Any other comment? Are you putting that forward as a motion? That motion stands. Very clear. Any other discussion? Calling the vote. All those in favor? Against? Carried. We're now moving to number 2. Oh, sorry, Mayor Brockenair.
No, I guess I'm just a little ahead of you. I was going to make a motion on number 3.
Okay, we're going to Cornerstone Family Violence Prevention Center.
Yes. And as much as I support the work they do a lot of good work. However, they also are one of the agencies that we work with at the County of Northumberland. So Northumberland County is funding this organization. So I'm going to make the motion that we deny their request for $1,000.
Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Against? Carried. We now come to the Victorian Operetta Society. You can see the information before you. I stand corrected. They are the larger user of our facility. Again, this is their first time applying. Open for your consideration. Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's their first time applying through the municipal community grants. They were grandfathered last year, along with other organizations like the Victoria Hall Volunteers and various groups, under the concert hall subsidy for nonprofit and charity groups. They traditionally received a $2,500 offset of their charges for the events, their productions. They also, every year, while it was that grant program, asked for $5,000. So this actually, to council, this is not a new number. It's just never been awarded. Their financial information they provided, they actually separate out the costs of productions. And in fact, when the costs of productions, which includes the hall rentals, and they are the major users, is quite high at $75,000. So that's actually using our facility. However, here we are again, a very, very tight budget. If we gave them $5,000, that would be a 100% increase in their grant, and we just can't justify it this year. The municipality was looking at organizations, the municipality, we were looking at, I believe, a 1.2, 1.5% increase, and about the only thing I would be willing to consider is, because they are our major users, this is their performance home, and they have, this summer they're actually running Anne of Green Gables. I would consider their base $2,500 plus, and I guess I don't know the number off the top of my head what it would be, a slight increase based on the direction we were having for the budget. And Mr. Davey, if you could provide that.
I would suggest through Deputy Mayor to Councillor McCarthy, if you were going to use a 2.5% increase, the $2,500 would only increase to $2,562.50. So $2,500, it might be easier to just leave it at $2,500 or make it $2,600, which at your pleasure.
Okay. Motion to provide an in-kind contribution to Victoria Operetta Society for $2,600.
And that's your motion at this point? discussion? Mayor Brockenier?
Yes, just a question about Victoria Operetta Society. So several years ago, we were providing the Northumberland players with storage for all their costumes and so on at our expense. And the Victoria Operetta Society did come forward and ask us, if we could treat them equally. And I thought at that time we were giving them money towards the rental of a storage facility. And are we doing that now?
I'll check I think not, but I'll check with Mr. Davey.
Yes, it's the VOS is the group that use Henley Arcade now.
Yeah.
Rent free.
Yes.
The lease is for $1 a year.
Oh, so they're using it now.
They're using Henley Arcade.
They're using Henley Arcade now because Northumberland players have gone over to Campbell Street.
Correct.
Okay, so we're already giving them then an in-kind service? Okay.
So do you still want your motion to stand, Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you. If we're giving them this in-kind service, where is that in the budget?
It's not noted at this point, but it's something we need to have noted, but we did not. I wasn't fully aware of the rent of a nominal $1.
Because I will say, in the Victoria Operetta Society, they have a very large rental fee for a barn for their props, because the only thing they store at the Henley Arcade is costumes. Okay, so no, I'm still willing to stand with 2,600 just because they have so consistently used the concert hall, so consistently asked for 5,000. And they are the major users of the concert hall, and it stays within the targeted increase. Thank you.
Okay, the motion's before you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call the vote. All those in favor? All those against? Carried. Moving to the second page, we have the Victoria Hall volunteers. They have actually a council proclamation, believe it or not, signed from very early days on record of council, even before the time of Mayor Brockenier, so it's a very long-standing. I don't want to speak. I think everybody understands the work done by the Victoria Hall volunteers, and the request is for the standard $7,500. Any further questions or debate? Mayor Brockenier?
Well, I just wanted to make the motion.
By all means.
Because, and I will make the motion that we support the request. And the background information is that, of course, they are major contributors to Victoria Hall, and by granting them like an in-kind service for the use of Victoria Hall seems like the natural thing to do to support their activities and their contributions.
Okay. Motions before us. All those in favor? Against? Carried. Moving to Coburg Community Garden Group. I know there's a great deal of support in kind from our town staff in establishing this group. They came before us and did a present council to council in the amount of $700, and it's more or less to help them with their startup again. Questions? Councillor Rowden?
No, Mr. Chair, I would make a motion that we support the community garden group with the $700.
Okay, that's before us. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call the vote. All those in favor? Against? Carried. We're moving now to the Concert Band of Coburg. It's identified in our budget, but it still comes before us every year. Just to be clear, the $4,000 part of the allocation is to cover the utilities for the band room, which again is defined as a town-owned building. So that is part of that total, is my understanding. The cost is for $16,200. Mayor Brockenier.
Yes, as mayor, I'm honorary president of the Concert Band of Coburg. So obviously, I'm going to support the request. Simply, it's based on all of the performances they do for us. They show up at every event in the town of Coburg. It's a very, very unique situation we have in Coburg with our own concert band and the envy of many municipalities. So I think we owe them our continued support. This is not new.
Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Worship. I'm just trying to find the page in the operating budget because they do have a line item. Just to be clear, is this money over and above what we've already? So, if we approve this, are we double dipping?
No.
Okay, so this in fact is line item 7660940.
Yeah, it's already in the budget. Again, just before, see though it's in the budget, it's something I think we still have to look at each year. Motions before us. All those in favor? Against? Carried. Next, we have the Coburg Museum Foundation. This has come before us again. The breakdown is simply $3,000 in property taxes and $7,000 towards in-kind services. The I just know that
I have it.
Councillor Round.
Yes, Your Worship, I would support this 100% because I know the Coburg Museum Foundation, they've done a lot of work with volunteers down there, and they do get a lot of groups from out of town. I know for one that I set up one myself from the Roseneath Women's Institute, and they really promote the town of Coburg along with the history of the town of Coburg, and I think we really need something like this to be in the center of the town. And I'd move that motion that we grant them the $10,000.
Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you. I'd just like to provide council with more information. The amount for $1,000 is for a part-time coordinator after their grant they get for summer student. In terms of capital projects, they're wanting $1,500 for doors and windows for the exhibit hall, and they want to replace their fence posts for $1,000. They also want $3,500 for metal frames for community outreach. The $3,500 is an incredibly impactful expenditure because it means that the panels, the beautiful panels that get displayed, that stay in storage, can now go out because they need to be displayed properly. So it boils down to whether or not, again, we're still muddling with municipal community grants, but we're in essence helping them with doors, windows, and fence posts beyond the for another $2,500.
And that's the point I just want us to be careful of. I can see where we're helping with educational program, students to assist with the learned part element, the metal framing, which allows them to promote what they're doing, and covering their tax base, which ultimately helps them in their performance. But I just want council to be careful that we don't start helping too much with capital, what we might consider for them capital projects, because it could be a never-ending battle. And I do support the Coburg Museum and everything they do for the town of Coburg, but since it's their second time coming before this council with that amount, I'd like to consider an amendment to remove that $2,500 and make it $7,500, which would address not only the educational taxes, but really meets their educational requirement part of the program. And I know I'm the chair, but Councillor Round, would you stand for that amendment?
Yes, I'm okay with that amendment.
So if I could ask you to put this forward since I'm chair, I'd be grateful.
Yes. I'll make a motion that we donate the $7,500 then to the Coburg Museum Foundation.
Okay, it's before us. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call the vote. All those in favor? Against? Carried. Moving on, we're turning the page. The next one is we're flipping to the Royal Canadian Legion, and I'm requesting at this point it be not I guess a motion to remove.
So, do you need a motion to remove it?
I believe I do, don't I?
Okay, yes, and I would make that motion because I don't think they don't qualify because they owe us money already, so they don't qualify for under our grant policy. So I would make the motion to remove the request.
Any other discussion? Call the vote. All those in favor? Against? Carried. Sorry, we're the Royal Canadian Legion. And Mr. Davey, can you just verify that the education tax portion, was I correct in that amount? I noted $1,250.
That is correct, Deputy Mayor.
Request at this time is for $1,250, which would pay the educational portion. I don't know if we need, I'll need Mayor to help me at this one because we did make a motion in council that we would pay their educational taxes, I believe, for the next 10 years. I believe this is a formality because council's already approved it. So I think, is that correct, Mr. Davey? I see him shaking his head no.
Actually, I think we just waived the town portion, and we request, we have not covered the education portion.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
So the county have waived their portion, we have waived our portion, so the request that they have in for the education portion is valid. And I would make a motion that we assist them with that because it would take too long to go through the provincial government to get that rebate. So I'm supporting I'm putting a motion forward that we provide them with the education portion of taxes relief of $1,250.
Okay, any discussion? Calling the vote. All those in favor? Against? Carried. Again, I'm making a request that we remove from this discussion the Lions Club of Cobourg based on their projects were certainly major capital projects and are not in alignment with the previous agreement that the town had with the Lions Club of Cobourg. Mayor Brockeneer, could I ask you to make that motion?
Absolutely. I would ask that the Lions Club of Cobourg request be removed from the list.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Carried. The Community Care Northumberland is an organization that speaks volumes. They had a wonderful submission. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Councillor McCarthy, this is her first time applying in this format, I think, and their request was for $2,500. Mayor Brockeneer?
Yes, Chair Henderson, I'm going to make the motion that we deny the request. Once again, Community Care of Northumberland is one of our partner agencies that we support financially through the county, and so I don't see a need for municipalities to supplement that.
Okay, that's before us. Councillor McCarthy?
Yes, Deputy Mayor. I was wondering if the CFO, Mr. Davey, could tell us what we provided last year in our budget for community care.
Mr. Davey?
2,000.
And further to that, how long have we been supporting community care? I believe it was for the Meals on Wheels program specifically, and that they go to other municipalities for this?
Mr. Davey?
I'm going to say as long as I can recall. They've been on the list for a good many years.
Go ahead, Councillor McCarthy. I have the floor, and then I'll go to Councillor Rapp.
Yes. So if we've consistently been giving them money for this Meals on Wheels on program, and they've been going to other communities, and this portion is for Cobourg residents, and I do appreciate what the mayor is saying, but it's a tremendous hit to an organization to lose a source of funding that they've traditionally got, and now it's being removed. I'm not saying it shouldn't be, but I'm just curious why we would be denying them now because of funding from Northumberland County. Is this funding new from Northumberland County, or have they been getting funding from them as well?
Mayor Brockeneer?
I do. I don't have the details on what they plan to do with the $2,500. There's no doubt that community care does a lot of good work, but they do a lot of good work, county-wide. It's not Cobourg focused. That's why I put the motion forward that we should not grant their request.
Councillor Round?
I would like to see them get the same as they've got in the past. One of the reasons being, I believe that they get a bus service in town, and they have filled in where our transit system couldn't come. They've done take a lot of people to hospital and doctor's appointments, and all of their, most of their people that are with them, they're volunteers. I know they do take people out of town, but a lot of them are Cobourg residents, and I know that they also have a hospice service now that they send people in with people that are end of life thing. So I believe that if we'd be fairer with being consistent in the past, because I know they have a pretty tight budget as well.
Mayor
I would go for the $2,000.
Okay, so I'm on the losing side of this, so I'm going to withdraw my motion that Councillor Rowden put forward his motion of $2,000.
And is that your new motion?
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
we've had discussion. New motion of 2,000. All those in favor? Against? Carried. Next, we move to the Art Gallery in Northumberland. And I'll just allow for clarification, perhaps, first from Mr. Davey or the CEO, where we are regarding Art Gallery, so we know what we are discussing.
Yes, Deputy Mayor. So again, what was on the previous page that we looked at was $75,000, which is what has traditionally been the base amount. What was shown last year on the community grants page was $20,000 extra, which brought it to 95 in total. So if we assume that the 75 is on the base budget page, which is 45 for rent and 30 for the cash grant, then really what we would be looking at here would be $29,360 on this page, because there'd be the 20,000 extra cash to bring the 30 up to 50, plus the 9,000 that they're asking for as a request for waiver of security fees, which has traditionally been charged back to the gallery for those times when they're the only tenant in the building that's open and we have to have commissionaires on, and the $360 for a parking pass for their employee. So it's 75 that's on its own page plus 29,630 on this page. I know it doesn't simplify it very much, but
Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you. I guess I had the wrong printed page for I can see I'm back on its page 235 in our operating budget. And basically what we're saying, because we don't have the covering page from 2016 grants, last year they did ask for the same amount they're asking for last year. We gave them the extra $20,000 for the operating grant, and we denied them the $10,000 for capital improvements. This year what the gallery is asking for is that it's part of the costs they incur for keeping the gallery open on the weekends, which is the commitment they made to opening their doors and also to increase accessibility for the public and tourists to the gallery when the buildings close, and then finally the parking pass because the employee works here. The I guess where I'm coming from is at some point we need to really have a discussion about whether or not page 235 should be a baseline request of $95,000 and not $75,000, because I can tell council that if they did not get the $50,000 they're asking for, baseline 30 plus the 20, their doors would shut. It's just the harsh reality. They have worked very hard at increasing membership, at applying for grants. It's a very difficult scenario to do when things are competitive, and yet their programs are quite wonderful. This year they had an extra exhibition that the community loved, which is called Northumberland Went to War, and the county did support it so that the exhibits could go outside. So they are truly the art gallery of Northumberland. So I'm going to make the motion that council approve their request for $104,500 for baseline funding, the rent coverage exchange, and the coverage of security costs and the parking pass, because those are real costs to the art gallery to keep the doors open and running for the community.
I just want to be clear. If I add it up, I just want to make sure our math is right. Maybe our expert, Mr. Davey, can help. I had 104,360. Is that correct? Okay, so you're asking for that amount, not the 104,500, right?
At the 360. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Broconier?
Yeah, Chair Henderson, I just want to remind council that when we had the discussion last year at the budget deliberations, and we actually gave the art gallery an increase, it was conditional by, and almost all of council agreed that this would be a one-time event. It would not be continuing on year after year, the increase that we gave. And then so this year we were supposed to revert back to the original amount of $75,000. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Okay, any other comment or questions? Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I'll just say to council that if you support if you don't support this, I would look at a reduction, but they absolutely need the $50,000, and that we're in essence making the decision to shut the doors. They will not be able to continue.
Okay, that's something that, again, they'll have to make a decision on where they are in the grants. They may have to come back and give us a good news or bad news story. But at this point, we have a motion before us, and I believe the motion on the floor is still 104,360. Is that correct, Councillor?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, I'm willing to change it to the 95,000. That although these costs for security and the parking pass are real costs to keeping the gallery open because it's housed in Victoria Hall on the weekends, they have borne that cost. It does affect programming, which is where they want to go with this, which absolutely makes things more robust for membership. And let me remind the council and the community, there is no admission charge to the art gallery. This is a public art gallery. So whereas other organizations can generate revenue through ticket sales, the gallery cannot. That is why it is considered an art gallery. The other aspect of the art gallery that we need to remind ourselves of, it houses a permanent art collection which has approximate value of $2 million that is being leveraged for its exhibitions. And what's remarkable here is they are continuing to have exhibitions with artists that also combine our permanent art gallery collection without a curator. Without a curator, folks. I mean, this is how bare bones the art gallery is. And we will lose access to the permanent collection if the doors close. I can tell you it's a major undertaking to close the doors of a public permanent collection. But I also feel that the citizens of Cobourg, not all, but some, that's an asset they're kind of aware they have, and when they do encounter it through our exhibitions, they are amazed and delighted. So I can't say enough that the decision to not support the $50,000 operating grant, to return to the $75,000, will close its doors.
Okay, thank you for that detailed information. I think we've heard enough at this point. We're certainly aware of the circumstances, both pro and con, facing the art gallery. All those in favor of the new revised motion of, I guess it would be $95,000. All those in favor? Against? Carried. Moving on, we have the Northumberland Orchestra and Choir. This is their second application. It's a grant and to support their operations and their performances. At this point, are there any further discussion? Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, Mr. Davey, I'm not sure. What was the value of the grant they received last year?
It was identical.
And has this been an ongoing contribution from us? Okay. And again, I don't like to levy any surprises on any organization such as this nonprofit charity. But this is an organization that can generate revenue through ticket sales. It's a little bit different. So I will place the motion to support the $2,000 request because we have traditionally supported them for that. And I know this year, in fact, it was this Sunday, there was a major celebration of Canadian songs as part of Canada 150. Thank you.
Okay, motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call the vote. All those in favor? Carried. We're on to Northumberland 89.7 FM, who's presented a theme for music emotion for $1,500 for a permit for use of the band shell of Victoria Park, as well as any auxiliary town expenses associated with that. This is their first application before this council. Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you. It is their first, and what it has to do with is an in-kind contribution from council for the band shell for their weekly programs that are held, I believe it's Thursday evenings in Victoria Park throughout the year. They do work at getting sponsorships for it to offset costs. However, they are also going to be, if I understand correctly, they're going to be broadcasting that. So not only will it bring down folks to the park, and I have been down there Thursday evenings when they're there. They set it up and they run for the evening, but they will be sharing that as well on air. So this is a tough one because it's a new ask. It's not a new program. They have already proven themselves. They just want to expand the program. I guess. Oh, right. Motion to support this grant for an in-kind donation of for the Music in Motion programming during the summer events. Thank you.
Okay, it's before us. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call the vote. All those in favor? Against? Carried. We're moving to Northumberland Humane Society, and I will request of the mayor that be withdrawn simply because we already support a joint animal or municipal shelter. We collectively work with the other municipalities at a very high fee to support this, and we would consider this in essence a duplication of services at this point. So Mayor Brocanier, if I could...
And I will make a motion to withdraw this request.
Okay, it's before you. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Against? Carried. We now move to the Coburg Ecology Garden that has a long-standing tradition. I want council to be aware that we have cut the summer student project out of this, hopefully relying on some staff resources and allocation. It is run totally by volunteers, and I know it has a presence certainly at the edge of our waterfront by Legion Village, Inc. The amount asked is $1,929, and it's for the sole purpose of promoting their gardens. Councillor Rowden?
Mr. Chair, I'd put a motion forward to support this for the Cobourg Ecology Garden, and it is a very pretty site. They do a lot of work down there. They did last year, and I think they got some donations as well, but it does cost money to look after it and make sure it's done right, so I would support this.
Okay, it's before us as a motion. All those in favor? Against? Carried. Takes us to the Cobourg and District Historical Society. I believe the actual figure, if my facts are right on the sheet, came out to approximately $972 was the actual amount, if my calculations are correct. And again, I know that Ms. Tori Lepere did a presentation to this council on vitality, and they've been here for an extensive period of time. They have been before us before for grant. So, Councillor Rowden?
Yes, I'd make a motion that we support this for the Cobourg District Historical Society. They do a great job in town.
Okay, motion before us. Oh, Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Worship. This was an organization that traditionally received the concert hall, which would also cover off Citizens Forum costs for their meetings. It's a long-standing tradition, and they are they have a fair amount of impact on the community, not only for their meetings, but they have a robust website presence, and they are helpful with the James Cobourg Room, and they just do a lot of things for the community that I do support this. And it's not only for the cost of the Citizens Forum, but also for the security costs. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor? Against? Carried. If I'm not mistaken, that allows us to deal at this point with the municipal community grants listings requests. At this time, where we're left with is the summation sheets. Mr. Davey, would you require about 10 minutes or so with Mr. Larmer to do your wonderful calculations? Okay, so we'll certainly give Mr. Davey his 10 minutes worth, and then that will allow us to see where we are in the budget and clarification, again, regarding that new growth assessment number.
Would it be possible to do the water
absolutely
while Mr. Davies doing that? Because it's a
yes. Absolutely
full cost cover your system. I don't think we need Mr. Davey for that.
You're absolutely right. And if I look at my pages, it starts on 150.
Are we doing the draft or capital first?
We'll do the operating and
okay.
Make sure I got
capital. Okay.
I'm just sorry. I make sure I got the right page here. Yeah, sorry. The environmental operating is starting on page 1.
Yep.
That's at the back of your binder, almost at the very far back, Councillor Rowden, about as far back as you can go, and it starts and shows water pollution control plant 1 and 2. And as Mayor Brockenier graciously stated, if there's any questions, I'll take them. Otherwise, any questions on 1 or 2 or in revenue? Seeing none, we're on page 4. And this deals with 4 and 5 deal with water pollution control plant number 1. And just for your information, which you can already read for your reference, the deputy director is associated with working with the, of course, the environmental side as well. Her salary is divvied up accordingly. That takes us then, if there are no questions, to page 11 under Water Pollution Control Plant number 2. And the only question I have, if anybody can answer it, is regarding just the lab testing. I know lab testing is very expensive. On page 12. Councillor Round?
I believe Mr. Peoples mentioned the day that we had our first round of that he thought that could be dropped to 13,000 from the original 15,000. We did pay up to 10,000 something past year, and he had put it up to 15, and he said that it could drop to 13,000.
Well, we're already at 12, so.
Yeah. Okay, 12 then. Yeah. He changed. Well, I got the old sheet here. I haven't got the new one.
That takes us to page 15, the sanitary sewer pump houses. If there's any questions. And just for your summation, the 4th Lakeview Street maintenance had not just routine maintenance, it had some major issues that had to be dealt with, and that's why that particular increase in cost. Hearing none, page 17, sanitary sewer systems. Hearing none, that takes us then to the capital side. The point I'd like to make, council's already aware of this, but anything generally in capital and the what we might call the environmental services is in fact supported by funds and allocation. So there is no cost to our bottom line in terms of tax levy. It comes out of the sewer reserve. So if there's any questions on the backup power generator, plant 2. Roof replacement on page 3. The raw sewage pump replacement. The gas train, and it's under the TSSA, which is a safety code that we have to adhere to, certainly in the town of Cobourg. We have what's called the auto sampler, and it's portable. And it allows us, as you can see, to update our sewer use and our bylaws. The page 7, the clarifier gearbox replacement. And as we're going through these, I think you'll notice a common message. When you look at the years and how old these parts and mechanical pieces are, they're in excess normally of 25 plus years. And the diffused air plant number 2. CO Peacock, can I have you speak to this?
Yes, if I may, very quickly. This is where that federal infrastructure CWWF fund kicks in at 75% funding.
And you can see the funding at that would be 438, and when you combine it with the sewer, it's cost neutral recovery. The SCADA installation, the ozone and the SCADA installation pumping station are certainly, as is the new SBR, is all put on for future years. CO Peacock, would you like to make a comment just about the ozone that we're dealing with right now?
Actually, I'll let the director talk about that. I think this is a very good news story.
Director Thrasher?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The ozone pilot project that is underway at Plant 1 now is a program that's meant to replace the chlorine for final disinfection. And if it all works out, and it's still underway as a pilot project, the results are not all in yet. But it looks promising, and it does a better job at disinfection of many of the pathogens that are in the water, the wastewater that chlorine doesn't kill, and it's safer to use. So that's just an update on it. The results are not all in, but if the pilot project goes well, we will be recommending the installation of a permanent facility.
Thank you for that update. I believe that ends our environmental. Now we'll just give time to wait, Mr. Davey.
we've got everybody here, so I'll make a motion to accept the wastewater operating budget as presented, and the capital budget. I could do both with one motion, so I'm putting forward a motion to approve the wastewater operating and capital budget as presented.
Okay, that's before us. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Councillor Round?
Yes, earlier on there today in our winter maintenance budget there was a $43,000 for contracts in regards to moving, and our director just checked with our foreman, and he said up to date it's already $17,000 for this total year from part last year and last winter and this winter. I mean, there hasn't been anything removed in this last winter, but because of storms and everything that we do get unpredicted, that maybe by next fall or the rest of this winter we may end up with some heavy snowfall. So he feels that this $43,000 should stay in our public works budget just in case.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Director. Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. At the beginning of the municipal grants, you had indicated that they were not inside the operating budget, but in fact, just to clarify, would the $75,000 for the art gallery and the $16,200 already be in there for the concert band?
It would be.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, I'll just run through the changes that we have just so everybody can hear the changes. So the one item was a reduction of the $4,000 that was for the chairs in the council chamber. The next one was a $2,750 reduction for the emergency management for the generators. Then we added back $13,000 for in the operating budget for the lifeguard chairs to take them from 12 to 25, and we also added $10,000 as a new capital project for the sun shelter at Legion Fields. So that at that point what we've done is we've added $23,000, deducted $67.50. I better check this again. Yeah. A lot of pressure. Right, so that's 23,000 added, 67.50 deducted, so that's a $16,250 increase to the bottom line. And then the additional community grants came to $47,951. So a total increase after today of $64,201. So the figure, the total municipal levy that was $22,652,000 would now be $22,716,201. So the 2.5% increase Joanne is telling me is 2.8%.
Councillor McCarthy?
Thank you. I'd just like clarification. Did we add 13,000 or 25,000 for the lifeguard stands?
We had 12 already, so the motion was to add 13 to make it 25 in total. There was already 12 in the budget.
Okay. I thought the motion was to get one new stand plus the design cost for 13, whatever it was. But, okay, I misunderstood the motion.
Okay, sorry, and what was the bottom target levy? Sorry, I missed that.
But the total municipal levy would now be 22,716,201.
Percentage?
Well, it would be 2.8% increase less the 0.9% growth would be 1.9 on the bottom line.
And that's still a bit of our dilemma because I know we're trying to find out, are we 0.9 or are we 1.5? So.
Well, I have no evidence to suggest 1.5. The evidence that I go by year over year is what's in the impact market growth assessment, which is right off of the 0.9.
And that's what we use and have been using year after year? Okay. So right now, the target, I just want to leave council where we are. The target we were aiming for as a council, the target we directed staff to work towards, including us, was with new assessment growth of 0.9 plus all the levy, that we would aim for a target of 2.5. My understanding is tonight we're at 2.8. Is that correct? So obviously we're 0.3 above where we were aiming for. So what council has to reflect on, are you satisfied to put that forward, or would you wish to relook at this come, not tonight, I guess, we've been at this for considerable hours, but Mayor Brockeneer?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I can, I'd like to make a motion that rather than accept the budget at 1.9%, that yourself, the Director of Finance, and the CAO look for some further financial cuts to get us down to 1.6, 1.4, or 1.5.
Okay.
And bring it back to council next week.
Okay. Is council in agreement with that mayor's recommendation? Councilor McCarthy?
Well, I do agree, but I truly believe, and I'd like clarification from Councillor Rowden, when you made the motion for the lifeguard seat, were you supporting a motion for 1 or 2? Do you remember?
Councillor Rowden?
My understanding was that 1 was in the budget and we were going to make a motion to accept the second one at this time.
Okay.
I believe that's what, Director, that's what you had in mind.
Okay, I will take Mayor's directive. I think it's a good one. So at that point, I'll do due diligence with staff, and we'll have a recommendation back to council for Monday night. Absolutely. Can I ask you to put that forward? Sorry.
I did put the motion forward, and I'm waiting for the vote.
Okay, all those in favor? Carried.
One final
Mayor
comment.
Brockeneer?
Yes, Mr. Chair. One final comment is, I know it's been very, very difficult. We've moved the process forward many weeks. So I do want to take the time to thank staff for all of the work they put into it, as well as yourself. I know you, Deputy Mayor, have put in many hours yourself. So I just want to let you know that I certainly appreciate all the work that you and staff have done to get us to this point.
And I accolade that comment because I know that I've learned how many hours staff does put in, and no one would believe it if I talked with you. So it's something I'm hoping we can address eventually with the CEO as well. Again, thank you, council. Thank you, staff, and thank you, members of the media and those who stayed in the gallery for the duration. Call for adjournment.